Did you do this with other cities?
So they'll have the same thing about everything. It's better.
Yeah. 6:31.
What's our choice? What's the presentation? So you have a meeting with them.
Yeah, 6:31.
Up to you. You're the mayor.
I gotta do my pledge of allegiance. Presiding officer. I'm gonna get to his head.
Okay. Okay. Welcome to the City Council regular meeting. Today it's Tuesday, May 19, 2026. The meeting is called to order at 6:32 p.m. Pledge allegiance led by Council Member Machanga.
Please stand. Put your hand across your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Clerk, lower call, please.
Mayor Chan is out at ISC conference. Vice Mayor Ding.
Here.
Councilmember Hura Avila.
Present.
Councilmember Menchaca.
Here.
Councilmember Wu.
Here. We will now have some announcement from our city clerk.
Tonight's meeting is live streamed on the city's online platforms. If you wish to address the city council during tonight's meeting, we request that you please complete a speaker's card and hand it to the clerk at this time. When speaking, please state your name for the record. Please note that interactions between the city council, city staff, and the public during meetings are subject to the city's rules of decorum.
Approve the agenda order. Are there any objection to the agenda order? I hear none. The agenda order is approved. Next item, please.
Presentations. Introduction of new police department employees. Police Chief Elzadeh will make the presentation.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council people, Mark. Invited guests, thank you for coming tonight. It's a packed house, and we're going to be recognizing a lot of people tonight. I appreciate you being here, and I'm sure the people that are going to be recognized, both on the police side and the fire side, truly appreciate you being here to support them. So we'll start. I have the pleasure tonight of being able to introduce 10 new employees from the San Gabriel Police Department, 8 officers and 2 professional staff members. So we'll go ahead and get started. Our first officer that we're going to be recognizing tonight is Ryan Aguilar. Ryan was hired. Ryan was hired in April of 2025. He was born and raised in Alhambra, California. He has completed his bachelor's degree in business administration with an emphasis in accounting. He graduated from Cal Poly Pomona in 2013. He attended the Rio Hondo Police Academy and graduated in October of 2025, class 218. He is an avid sports card collector. And tonight, pinning his badge is his close family friend, James Mortiaga. The next officer we'll be recognizing is Sergio Angel. Sergio was hired in July of 2025. He was born and raised in Alhambra, California. He's completed his AS in Social and Science Behavior. He is a graduate of Mark Keppel High School and East LA College. He attended the Los Angeles Police Academy, Class 725. And fun fact, he went on vacation to visit all the missions in California. Badging him tonight is his mother, Gabriela Angel. And next up is Officer Elijah Batulan. Elijah was hired in March of 2026. He was born and raised in Manila. He completed his bachelor's degree in theology and graduated from Foursquare Bible College in the Philippines. He attended the LAPD Police Academy. Fun fact, he is a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and a Bible teacher for the World Church of Los Angeles in Montebello. Pinning him and badging him tonight is his spouse, Sheila Penn. Next up is Officer Anthony Castellano. Anthony was hired in April of 2025. He was born and raised in East Los Angeles and Pico Rivera. He completed his AS degree in Administration of Justice from East LA College. He's a graduate of Cantwell Sacred Heart and attended the Police Academy and graduated in October of 2025. Fun fact, he's a horror fan who loves Halloween season and used to play in an 8-ball and 9-ball pool league. Badging Anthony tonight is his grandmother, Artemia Martinez. Next up is Officer Jacob Chavez. Jacob was born and raised in Lakewood, California, also raised in Wichita Falls, Texas. Completed his AA in Criminal Justice and a BA in Criminal Justice, graduating from Cerritos College and California State University, Dominguez Hills. He attended the Los Angeles Police Department Academy and graduated in February of 2025. He is working towards achieving his airplane pilot's license. Badging Jacob tonight is his sister, Lauren Chavez. Next, we have Officer Gabriel Larios. Gabriel was hired in September of 2025, born in Los Angeles and raised in Alhambra. He graduated from San Gabriel High School, East LA College, and Waldorf University in Iowa. Gabriel attended the LAPD Academy and was first started his career with the LAPD and stationed at the Newton Division. Fun fact about Gabriel, he played college football and was a barber for 12 years before becoming a police officer. Badging him tonight is his girlfriend, Alexandria Mora. And if anyone needs a quick fade, see Gabriel out in the hallways. Next up, Officer Frank Lee. Frank was hired in November of 2026, born and raised in Monterey Park and South El Monte. He has completed his associate's degree in criminal justice and graduating from Pasadena City College. He attended the Golden West Police Academy in December of 2024. Frank was a magician for 8 years. Wanted to be a magician when he was younger, but then realized he could not make money up here. So he did the honorable thing and became a police officer. Badging him tonight is his father, Sam Lee, and mother, Vandy Howe. Next up, we have Officer Pedro Nunez. Pedro was hired in October of 2026, born and raised in East LA and raised in Duarte, California. He graduated from Duarte High School. He also attended the Rio Hondo Police Academy in 2024, graduating in July of that year. Fun fact about Pedro, he participated in soccer, boxing, jiu-jitsu, and Muay Thai. Badging and pinning Pedro tonight is his wife, Erica Nunez. The next employee that we're going to be recognizing tonight is one of our newest dispatchers. The officers have a very difficult training season before them once they get out of the academy. It's probably equally, if not more hard or more difficult for a dispatcher to stay on with our program, complete the program, and then stay on as a, to become one of our great dispatchers. So I'd like to introduce Leslie Torres. Leslie was born and raised in Covina, California. She has completed her AA in Communication Studies. She's a graduate from community college in from Citrus Community College and also graduated from Northview High School. Fun fact, she enjoys playing soccer and favorite sport. Tonight, pinning her is going to be her father, Ramiro Torres. And finally, Ms. Fiona Yan. Fiona was hired in January of 2026, born and raised in Southern California. Fiona is filling a new spot that we brought to the police department this year, and that's our working in our human resources department, where she is pretty much tasked with working with our HR department in hiring, training our officers, and making sure everybody is up to speed on their certifications. She completed her Bachelor's of Science degree in Human Resources and Management, and she's a graduate of Cal Poly Pomona, where she graduated in May of 2021. Fun fact about Fiona, she does floral arranging on the side as a hobby and loves warm sunny days out at the beach. Pinning her tonight are her aunt and uncle, Francis and Bruce. That concludes presenting all of our new employees for tonight. But I'd just like to take a minute to thank Council, Mr. Lazaretto, Mr. Macias and his HR staff for making it possible to bring on good, quality, and talented officers and professional staff. We appreciate everything that you have done for us and the police department, and to the community. Please, when you see these officers and our professional staff, say hello. They are now part of the San Gabriel family, so thank you very much.
Okay, it's glad to see our police department have the regular, the good officer we hire. And next item, please.
Next item is Community Emergency Response Team, C.E.R.T program, completion recognition. Fire Captain Takahiro Suzuki will make the presentation.
Hello? Oh, perfect. Good evening. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Taka Suzuki. I also have, come on up here. Don't be shy. Firefighter Daniel Carell, who is actually assisting me in the C.E.R.T program. I'd like to say thank you. I know City Mayor's not here today, but Vice Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, and then also Chief Wallace for allowing us to have this program. I also want to give a couple more thank yous and kudos out there to Liz Mendoza and Sam Petch and also Adam Yang. He's helped me a lot in the past with the certificates. Also, I couldn't do this without my crew that helps out every time we do these classes. I can't oversee 20 people in a class, and I rely heavily on my crew to help teach the hands-on skills to these community members, so I'd like to thank them as well. I'd like to briefly talk about the C.E.R.T program. The C.E.R.T program is 20 hours of classroom as well as hands-on training. The topics that we cover are disaster preparedness, fire safety, first aid, disaster medical, search and rescue, the incident command system, disaster psychology, terrorism, and as well as, unfortunately, active shooter. At the end of our class, we have a final scenario. They show what they have learned in this final scenario where we have simulated live wires. We actually have smoke and fog machines going. We have fire. We also have live victims who make a lot of noise and cause a lot of chaos. And you can actually ask them about that. But this is really to test what they will be experiencing in an actual disaster. Okay? This program is very important because it will alleviate fire department as well as police department's call volume in a major disaster because we will be going to major target hazards. These community members behind me that have completed this training are going to be self-sufficient for 72 hours and also will be able to help out our community and alleviate those calls of service from the fire department and police department until we can really calm down that chaos. There's two groups today that I like to recognize. The first group that I'm going to call up, and then City Council, if you wouldn't mind, we'd love to have you in a picture with them. The first group is the Community C.E.R.T Class 326. That's not 326, that's just March 26 of 2026, and as well as the San Gabriel High School Medical Careers Academy. These community members have showed us that they're ready for a disaster, so I'd like to recognize them and thank you for having us. My fellow teacher here, Firefighter Daniel Carell, is going to be calling the names and I'll be handling out the certificates. Thank you.
First, I'm going to go with the C.E.R.T March class of 2026. Aaron Key, Christina Carter, George Park, Hazel Rose Qua, Geronimo Contreras Jr., John Sapino, Carolyn Park, Larry Natasumi, Mariah Gerard, Ray Few, Stephen Sai, Timothy John Qua, Anna Sophia Zaragoza, Ruth Few, Jacob Park, Raina Ond, Peyton Ond, and Marty Solaroid.
So my council colleague had to go up to take a photo with the certificate.
Okay, we're gonna make this group a little tighter. So if I could have, from here, if I could have another photo, please. Anna, can I have you go up there? Can I have you go right here? Sir, can I have you go right here? Right between this. Okay, and then I'm gonna have you go up right next to Councilwoman Wu. Okay. I can see everyone except my gentleman right here. There you go, perfect. Everybody look this way real quick. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. A little bit this way, sir, right here. Right? Yes, perfect. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
The next group we will be recognizing is the Medical Careers Academy, San Gabriel High School. Kaylin Chow, Bowie Chen, Jennifer Jin, Alyssa Ha, Kimora Hillman, Pei Huang, Ian Joanne, Zakai Joanne, Caitlin Lee, Kathy Lee, Jia Yin Liao, Vicky Liao, Sai Lin, Jarrett Leo, Kat Luan, Ivan Lai, Sarah Main, Samantha Wen, Natalia Serrano, Rennie Sond, Tim Than, Hannah Trond, Natalie Trond, Nancy Vo, Lucy Wei, Andrew Wynn, Ashley Wand, Safia Young.
Okay, everybody. So, and if you are
My council colleague together take a photo with the.
And everybody open up your certificates and show them to me. Yeah, that's perfect. Right. Okay. Can I have you go that side? That side. Anybody else who need any points? Okay, everybody. So if you can't see me, I can't see you. So right there. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's perfect. Everybody look right here. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations for all of you. Next item, please.
Next item is Los Angeles County Sanitation District's update. Ms. Felicia Petrie, Assistant Departmental Engineer, will make the presentation.
Good evening. Thank you for having me tonight. My name is Felicia Petrie, and I'm here on behalf of LA County Sanitation Districts to provide information on a potential sewer rate increase that we have that could impact the residents of San Gabriel. Okay. I think it's at the end. I need to go all the way back. The sanitation districts are composed of 24 districts, 17 of which make up what we call the joint outfall system, which is what you see here in the red. And San Gabriel Valley is part of either district number 2 or district 15, and those are in the joint outfall system. So in January this year, we sent out approximately 1.5 million public notices to residents and our commercial customers, as well as about 2,000 to our industrial users that have to pay a specific surcharge fee. So we service about 5.5 million residents in LA County, and the sanitary sewer system is essential for public health, safety, and it's critical for maintaining our quality of life. Our vast network of pipes need to operate 24/7 and require constant maintenance and upkeep. The main reasons why we need an increase now is that we need to catch up with some post-COVID inflationary issues. It hit our treatment plants pretty hard. Chemicals and electricity went up a lot more than just your standard CPI, so we didn't really keep up with those as they were going higher. So we need to kind of catch up with the previous inflation is what we think is going to happen in the future, as well as we also need to invest in capital projects to maintain our facilities to avoid failing infrastructure that could lead to things like sewer spills. So a single-family home in San Gabriel would pay roughly $15 to $16 a month, depending on which district you're in. So this increase would be less than $3 a month increase for like a typical single-family home. And we are asking for a 5-rate increase. So that would be year over year. There would be a $3 increase year over year. And just to give you some context, this is how we kind of stack up to other agencies that do the same thing that we do. And even with our rate increase, assuming that it's going to go through, we're still by far the lowest rates of comparable agencies. So we continuously monitor our costs for ways to save our customers money. We can do things with our purchasing, like do volume discounts for our chemicals. We have a research group that's always looking for more innovative ways to save energy and make sure our technology is as up-to-date as possible. And for our residential and commercial users, we do have a low water rebate program, so some of our customers may qualify to have a reduced rate on their property tax bill. It's a pretty simple application. You just have to have your water bills for 12 months, and they can go on either this QR code or visit our website, and it's a pretty easy application. We also are increasing our industrial wastewater rate surcharges, and that's really for like large industrial users that have to pay an additional amount because they discharge like a lot of suspended solids and things that other agents or other residents and commercial users don't discharge. So to summarize, we are requesting an increase to catch up with inflation. We need to fund increased operations and maintenance costs. and repair and replacement of aging infrastructure. As I mentioned on the previous slide, we definitely encourage our residential and commercial users to see if they qualify for a rate rebate, depending on their water usage. And on the residence notice and the commercial notices, there's ways to participate in our hearing that's scheduled for next month, actually this month. So we do have an in-person public hearing on May 27th at 1:30 at our Whittier office. This is specifically for District 15 because we've already had one for District 2. But at that time, the board will take public comment from anybody that is interested in participating, as well as they'll hear back from our outreach efforts and any protests we might have received. And if any customers have any questions, we have multiple ways that people can contact us by phone, mail, email, or web. They can feel free to reach out to us if they have any questions on our rate increase or just the agency in general. So with that, I will take any questions if you have any questions.
Any question? Okay, all right, Councilmember.
So you mentioned the rate increase, and when we talk about rate increases, which are necessary because things are they're being very expensive, how much of a percentage you said? And you said you're going beyond CPI, right? You're using a different model, and I want to understand which model you're using.
So we have certain costs, such as electricity costs and chemical costs, that have outpaced inflation. So you think of your typical inflation in your household as maybe like 3%, but those can exceed 20%. So, and then we use a lot of electricity and chemicals at our treatment plants, so that's really impacted our costs. We also had a rate increase in 2022, right about the time we kind of came out of COVID, and we kept rates under like 3%, just because we didn't want to impact our customers. But unfortunately, we saw a lot of inflation during that time, and we really were using our reserves to pay for our costs.
So how much of a percentage are we proposing, or are we looking at? And for how long of a period?
So it's roughly a 15 to 20% increase. It kind of depends on which district you're in. And so that would be year over year for 5 years.
5 years cap. So you have
So
a
it's-
cap, 5-year cap.
Yes. This is a 5-year rate package, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you very much, Felicia, for the presentation. I'm the alternate representative for District 2 and District 15. So Robert Ferrante, who is the chief engineer and also the general manager of LA County Sanitation District, that has made a very clear presentations on the date of the meeting. I think this is very important, not only about the increase of the rate, but also issuing the bonds. So I would really want to make sure that more people will be understand that what the sanitation district is doing and why they will be increasing that. And the fee so far is still behind, so it just brings back to the average. But I truly appreciate that we can just keep everything, including all the information that will be very transparent and sharing to our community. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Councilmember Machenka? Yeah, okay, thanks to the presentation. It's like I agree, the councilmember will say, it's really keep our community, the transparency, and then we will need to know why we need to increase. So for your average, like $3. So because I know that our city have the 5. The water district. This is it's related water district, or it's on the tax bill.
It's on the tax bill. It's a sanitation
It's a
district,
sanitation.
yeah.
So it's under our property tax.
Yes. It's a
Okay.
once a year, you'll see it as a once a year charge,
Okay.
but we do kind of break it down by month just so people can kind of understand it's like a utility.
Okay. All right. So one more question. Is you say the single house just like less than $3, right? Per month, it's $3. So annually,
I'm
probably.
sorry?
You say based on your presentation, it's like less than $3 per month.
The increase, yes.
Increase, yeah. How about the condominium units?
So condominiums and if you have like other properties like that, it's like 75% of a single-family home. Everything's basically built off a single-family home. So if you have a business, you might be like considered 5 single-family homes. So everything is kind of based off of that unit.
Okay, all right. Thank you for your explanation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
Next item is Senate Bill 707 briefing. City Attorney Lemieux will make the presentation.
Okay, folks, I'm doing it from down here because I've got the PowerPoint for a change. So we're talking about SB 707, and I'm going to start at the end first so it's clear why we're doing this, why did I walk down here to do this. And that is, as you're about to hear, SB 707 puts some requirements, new requirements on the city that are going to force you to spend money. And not in the future, in about 15 minutes when I'm done with the presentation. So we'll get to that in a second. We also have an additional item that will not cost any money, but that we're going to take up at the first meeting in June, and I'll get to that in a second too. The good news is because your staff has been on top of this and we've been pretty aggressive about public participation since COVID and keeping that going, we're most of the way towards where we need to be already. So we're not playing too much catch up with this. Okay, so AB 707, it has two sort of sets of requirements. There were a number of changes to the Brown Act that went into effect on the first of the year. And we'll talk about those. That's less important for this discussion. And then there are some new requirements that apply to eligible legislative bodies. Congratulations, you're eligible to be an eligible legislative body. That goes into effect July 1st, and that's why we're talking about it right now. So we're getting ready to move into that, that compliance. So I'll go through the general Brown Act updates first. But again, these have already been in effect now for a few months, and I think we've even already talked about some of these already. So just running down the list pretty quickly, the first thing, this just cause, this comes out of COVID. During COVID, because of the medical emergency involving COVID, there were a number of meetings, as those of you that were there can recall, that we had to do remotely on short notice. This codifies the ability of members to do remote meetings for just cause. That's typically medical issues, but there's a number of things that could qualify as just cause we can talk about. The interesting thing is, unlike the normal, so there's the normal remote meeting attendance that's already exists and continues to exist, and that is, you let the city clerk know where you're going to be, you have to post the agenda, you have to have the meeting in a public place, all of that good stuff. This is an additional thing that allows you to do this on much shorter notice. It doesn't have to be on the agenda. The medical emergency can come up just before the meeting, but it has to be raised at the meeting. There has to be a finding that it's just cause at the meeting, and then you're allowed to continue to attend remotely at that point. Now, I've already been through this a few times, and it does raise the interesting question of, you're calling into the meeting already, yet you don't have permission to attend remotely. How does that work? Well, that's just what you do. And so you've got to rely on the rest of your city council members to find just cause, or you've just violated the Brown Act. The next thing is, there is a ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act style accommodation to participate remotely as an elected council member if that's required due to some disability. That's different than these other, it's sort of a broader ability to attend remotely can be ongoing. I should mention the Just Cause one is only a few times a year. I think for you, it's 5 times a year. The ADA one can be forever, but we have to have a policy that describes how someone is to qualify, which I don't think we do yet, but we can develop that if and when the need arises. There are some new rules for subsidiary bodies and multi-jurisdictional bodies that allow remote meetings. I don't think you guys need to hear about that tonight, but if you're curious, I can tell you. I think the things I want to highlight that would be of interest to you from this section is there is that Brown Act safe harbor for social media is now continuing indefinitely. So just to refresh your recollection, this is like, for example, if there was a Facebook page and you posted on the Facebook page and then another council member posted on the Facebook page on the same topic, then the AG gave the opinion that that could be a Brown Act violation, which had the effect of potentially preventing anyone from using social media to discuss anything because it could end up a Brown Act violation. This allows that you can participate in social media as long as you don't start talking amongst yourself on the platform about city business. So you can respond to public's inquiries and so on, which I think is frankly pretty common sense to me. If you allow me to editorialize, I always found it weird that the most public forum in the world, you know, I think, with the internet, is somehow too private for the Brown Act. I mean, more people see that than necessarily see what's going on right now. But in any case, there were some changes made, minor tweaks to the 24-hour posting for special meeting requirement. I don't think that's that important for here. There was a tweak about preserving meeting recordings. But again, that's more of a Sharon thing. And then I guess the other thing that you probably noticed is we're required now to send everybody a copy of the Brown Act after they're elected. So that's another little change. So let me get to the heart of it, which is the ELB access requirements. So the main thing, the heart of this, there's really like 2 big chunks of this. The first is that there's now a requirement in order to be an ELB, you have to be a city with a certain population or within a community of a certain population, and you guys qualify as that. So that means you now have the burden of these additional requirements that smaller communities don't have. The first one is the requirement for a 2-way audiovisual platform or telephonic platform for people to provide public comment. That's going to be on the agenda later for approval. You guys kind of are halfway there already, but whereas you're sort of broadcasting out, this will allow you to get those comments back. I know that some of you guys have expressed some trepidation about the potential for people being disruptive using this platform, and I understand why you might feel that way. The Brown Act allows us to adopt rules in order to moderate the behavior and expel people that are, I think they call it Zoom bombing, although I don't think any Zoom equipment is going to be involved in this, but anyway, so we'll have rules to deal with those people. But more importantly, I can tell you that the other city council meetings that I regularly attend are for Ridgecrest, and they've had 2-way telephonic communication from the beginning of COVID till now. They never stopped. And it hasn't been a problem. The comments, I mean, and I think your community is frankly, well, I got to be careful what I say because I'm going to have to go appear in front of them in a couple of weeks. But let's just say I would think that problems would be more likely out there than they are here. How about that? So we'll see what happens, but I don't think necessarily it has to result in a lot of problems, but if it does, we will have a policy in place to deal with it. That was the second point heading there, is the policy. So you have to approve that in open session. You can't do it on the consent calendar for some reason. So we'll do it on June 1st. There is a sort of very specific disruption procedure that is spelled out. I'm going to get to that on a later slide. The other big requirement is for translations. You have to translate the agenda and the website, but not the agenda packet, to applicable languages that have a certain definition based on population. And that has to go up 72 hours at the same time as the regular agenda does. So we qualify for that too. I think we're in the process or have identified the languages that are applicable, talking with Sharon about it. So I understand that we will be ready to start that process if we haven't already. I know we have some already on translation already. We also have to provide assistance to members of the public that are using personal interpreters. I think that's something we accommodate now. We have to establish a location where members of the public can independently post their own alternate translations of the agenda. That is a unusual requirement, but there it is. So we'll see if anyone takes advantage of that. You can see we have to implement a reliable electronic system to fulfill requests for agendas. I think that's something we've got handled already, as I understand it. And maintain the contact list. Again, that's something I think we're already doing. So this is sort of the summary of the first point, which is the remote public access. There's the bottom is the exception for when you don't need to do this. It's all the common sense stuff that you would expect. I don't know if you guys know, but the Brown Act allows you guys to have off-site meetings when you have to inspect personal property, or I'm sorry, real property. It comes up for special districts a lot because they have to go look at distribution facilities. I don't think it's really come up with you guys, but maybe one day we'll have a trip over to actually tonight might be a good trip over to the Playhouse. I think there's a concert going on that might liven things up. Anyway, so you don't have to do the two-way telephonic service for that. You have to have the same rules applying to the people appearing remotely as appear here. You can't sort of put additional hurdles on people appearing remotely so as to discourage that. If the system fails, then there is a process that we have to adopt for what to do. Basically, the meeting comes to a stop. We have to deal with the technical, we have to recess and make at least 1 hour worth of good faith effort to restore service, but you can go into closed session. Maybe we should have a running closed session for technical issues. We can reconvene only after the service is restored or 1 hour has passed. And then if service remains down, we have to make a determination that there's a need that outweighs the interest of the people appearing remotely. I hope it doesn't happen, but we'll see. This is the language translation I mentioned earlier. As you can see, the applicable language means language is spoken by 20% of the city population, where 20% of that language group speaks English less than very well. And if you end up with more than two or more than three, you use the top three. Mark, have we taken steps to identify the languages already?
We have. I don't know if it was more than English and Chinese. I can't remember if Vietnamese was the third, but we have done that research already.
Okay. So you can see that the agenda has to include instructions for joining by telephone. I think we already have that. In fact, I know we already have that. And the web page that describes where the agendas are and the process for calling into the meeting also has to be translated into those languages, which I don't think we've done yet that I've seen. So those are the new requirements. As I said, you've got the technical side of it coming up now, but I can take any questions.
Okay, Councilman Machenka.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I wanted to ask, how is this going to be explained to the public? I mean, are we going to have like a drop-down menu on the website that kind of goes step by step? Because there's
You said this, which part?
the fact that they can start calling in.
Oh.
The fact that we do have translation capabilities. We will have some kind of code of conduct. I'm just kind of curious how we're able to share that, because I know we've worked on trying to get as many people involved at our meetings, and, you know, unless it's an issue, controversial issue, we usually don't get participation. So, and I know you've worked with other cities, I believe, in getting this information disseminated. I'm just curious, you know,
Well,
how is that done?
I guess the minimum legal requirements is the website. We have to maintain a
Okay,
website
so
portal.
there is a requirement to at least
Yeah.
put it on the website, but.
And you have to have the
doesn't-
portal, and the portal has to explain all these things, and it has to be translated into each of the languages. We're also obviously allowed to take whatever additional steps to publicize it that we might. I guess
Well,
that's really a
'cause,
question
you know, we're
for-
going to invest so much money, in which we need to anyway, because it's a mandate. It's 117,000, but I know we've already spent others' monies to try to work on our systems. But it's going to be there, and then I just want it to be used. So how do we go about that?
Well, I think that's really a question for our public outreach team. Mark, do you have a thought on that?
I do, and our public outreach team is exactly what will happen. We'll do social media, we can do articles in Discover SG, things like that. There is a requirement, as Keith mentioned, to come back with that policy, so we can take that, and that has to be in an open session meeting, so we can take that time to remind the public as well. And then, as Keith said, it'll be prominently on our website.
So the minimum is the website, and that would be outlined in the policy that we would be publishing the information on the website?
I'm sorry, I conflated two things. The policy is how we deal with the whole electronic communications, or the two-way communications, how we deal with unruly folks, and how we kick those people off of the call, things like that. But that's going to be an agenda item, so we can roll into that agenda item a discussion on how we're going to publicize all this for the
Okay.
community.
But it has to be effective July 1st. This goes live July 1st.
We
so-
go live July 1st.
So there's not much time left.
Yeah.
It's only-
Well, we've been working on it, and I understand Mark and I have been talking about this since, I think, the law was signed. So I imagine we'll be ready to roll.
Okay, well, I look forward to seeing how we do it. Thank you.
Councilmember Wu.
Well, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Well, Keith, thank you so much for the presentation. I have a questions regarding our general Brown Act update. I always have a concern about the social media use, because it shows that social media safe harbors that we may use that freely to answer the questions to our, constituents. But sometimes if that is something related to the city, and that's there's a angry heart or something, there's no dislike or hate, which I really need that. But for example, Mayor is not here today. Sometimes he's a joke on Facebook. I don't like it. I said I hate it, but I don't really find that icon. But for example, well, he's not here. But I wonder that for that kind of expressions, would that constitute the concern of our Brown Acts? Would that trigger something saying, oh, there's another council member saying like this one, and I said I like this one, but there are more than 3 people. Does that mean that we are somehow making communications for our future agenda? Yeah, that's my question.
So you're asking, is it possible to violate the Brown Act through emojis?
Right. Or can I just simply block all my
I'm
comments?
going to answer that question in the form of an emoji.
Emoji, yeah.
Well, I won't, actually,
Because
I
we
won't,
have
because it would be-
Instagram, we have Facebook.
If it's a form of communication, then, and a majority of the council engage in it, then any form of communication could theoretically violate the Brown Act, including emojis and likes and so on.
Is that-
But I mean, liking, I guess, I mean, it might depend on what you're liking, but I think in theory, yeah, it could.
It could. So I
Well,
cannot
like,
say-
let's say some member of the public says, I really think you guys should reconsider the vote on whatever. And 3 of you guys put likes on that. It looks like that could have been a meeting. I mean, that's not that much different than hitting the button right now that's up there next to you by the chair, right? So that could be, on the other hand, and there's a lot of emojis are obviously silly, so it just depends on really the context.
So it's hard to define. I cannot say LOL with some of the.
I think LOL is safe, and I would encourage the use of LOL. And also what's the rolling around on the floor? You can use that one too.
But for that, I mean, so sometimes that colleagues will follow each other, or sometimes they don't. Will follow also be a problem.
Yeah, I actually brought the code section up with me, so while you've been talking, I've been looking to find that exact section so I could read you the language of it. But it's going to take me a minute to do that.
Or you
Because
can
it's
cause
a
too much
long
trouble. Okay, I just
section.
simply block them. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm not going to block you guys.
Why don't let me, this section is really long. I will, if the rest of the council agree, I will whisper the answer in your ear later in the meeting after I find that section.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, so, you have a question? No, okay. So, our city attorney still need to find the answer?
I'm still curious, but I can answer another question while I'm,
Okay. So the question is, how do you define what's for the city issue or something else? So, I just for example, if for the NBA, there's some people like a Laker, some people like a Clipper. So another council member, or maybe accidentally, it's used the emoji. That's should not relate it, right?
I'm sorry, I guess I didn't get the question. I
Okay.
was with you up until the Clippers,
He
and then that
can't do
really threw
both.
me.
May I suggest, Vice Mayor, that you just send an email later to
Yeah,
kind of
okay.
clarify some of those things so we can move
Okay,
on?
so it's because the timeline for the July 1st, so is it possible for the next time the meeting, or have to get the June 2nd meeting for the policy?
Okay.
Yeah.
I found my summary. So here, and I
Okay,
even
good.
have the emoji rule. So basically, it's what I said. So you can use it as long as a majority doesn't end up commenting on the same thing, just like I said. There is one other, speaking of emojis, there's one other specific prohibition, which is you're not allowed to react to, including likes, hearts, dislikes, reposting or retweeting any content posted by another member of the same legislative body involving agency business. So the good news is if Eric makes a dumb pun and it's not city business,
Okay.
go ahead and put a dislike.
Okay.
Anything else, anything involving the city, it's a no.
So let's say if there will be constituents, they probably just leave a message saying, well, Councilmember AB saying he agree with C. What's your points in how you vote for? Can I just tell them, no, I cannot answer it?
You're allowed to answer constituent questions
Right, but that
and broadly
question
discuss
saying-
agency matters, as long as the rest of the city council doesn't jump onto that thread, you're okay.
I'm okay with that. Okay, good.
So I guess give everybody space. If you see somebody on the thread, you better read the whole thread before you post, I guess is the answer to that.
Okay.
You don't want to be number 171 and then find the rest of the city council was buried up there somewhere in the responses.
So if we will be supporting some agendas in the future, we can post individually. We just do not communicate each other.
That's correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay?
Vice Mayor?
Okay, Councilmember Albert.
I just want to go on the record and say, Mayor Eric Chan, I know you're watching. I think your puns are all right. All right, just for the record.
All right. There we
Vice
go.
Mayor Ding, to answer your question, we have the policy scheduled for June the 2nd. It's already been created, and Martin is actually reviewing it right now, so we should have it ready to go for June 2nd.
Okay, that's
All of
good
the
to know.
other items that Keith is talking about, like the liking posts and all of that, that is already in effect. That all went in effect as of January 1st. What we're only talking about is the two-way communication and the translation portions.
And I haven't run down the checklist of, I had a slide originally where I had the checklist of all of the stuff to get you ready for July 1st. And I called up Sharon today and walked through the checklist and found that they were pretty much all done except for those items. So I didn't bother putting the checklist up. You guys are on top of it.
So any question? So no question. It's the next item, please. Thank you, Keith.
Thanks.
Yeah. Come back.
Next item is public comment. This is the time set aside for members of the public to address the city council on consent calendar items and on items of interest that are not on the agenda, but are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the San Gabriel City Council. We have one for general public comment. First speaker is Howard Chang.
Yeah,
Hey.
yeah.
Hey,
Mr.
council member.
Chen, right?
Yeah, Howard Chang.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm a resident here in San Gabriel. I'm also the vice president on the homeowner association at the San Gabriel Nationwide. That's located right behind the San Gabriel Nursery. Two issues I want to bring to the council's attention and hopefully get some consideration. One is at the corner of Santa Fe and San Gabriel Boulevard, where you have one side is a public storage, the other side is a abandoned lot next to the San Gabriel Nursery. There's been now a taco stand, supposedly a secret taco stand. Now it's pretty public, and recently they have converted to a truck. The issue we have there is often that technically should be a two-way street. You have people that's attending, parking on both sides, now effectively narrowing a street into a one-way street. There's no street light. At night, you have people basically haphazardly lining up on the street, eating the food. When people are turning in to that street, that's really dangerous. You know, we do support having businesses in the city, but it's a really dangerous hazard and just have gotten worse. The concern that the community and the resident have is we have several residents as well have voiced their concern through the city website, through like submission of stuff, have not heard any responses. The most recent one is it was assigned to an NIS officer. I have not looked into what that stands for, but nothing. I myself have spoken to a few members of the council actually about a month ago, actually even emailed, no response. So that's what I'm intending here is we like just to see something taken care of because it's just getting really bad. And also the problem with the taco stand is that they're every night. The smell is really bad. You can actually smell it every night in the community. Plus, a lot of trash are left behind. I know they do a pretty good job trying to clean up, but now you have wild animals and a murder of crows that actually will show up every morning picking out the remains of whatever is in the trash. And that's also a health hazard, I think. So we just want to see something to be done. Second issue I want to bring to the attention is the community is wide border along the Rubio Wash. There's also the Nature Walk that my understanding with Olson Company, when that community was developed, a Nature Walk was created to allow the public area to walk. That area hasn't just not been maintained by the city. Now, the fence along the Ruby Wash, I understand, technically the Ruby Wash is LA County's issue, but we have had homeless and transient people go through that into our community. I think it was about 2 months ago, there's even a fire along that, right by the wall of the community. Effectively is basically the homeless people running extension cord through the wall to the outlet of the community, and somehow doing something behind the wall, creating effectively a fire. Once again, that's been reported a few times. Usually it's, well, there's not much we can do, but there's got to be something better. My time is up, so thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. The comments, and we'll let our city manager Mark to do the response.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Howard, I have good news for you on both of those items. So on the taco stand, we have started doing heavy enforcement all throughout the city, not just on that stand. We started last weekend. We're not going to be able to do it this weekend, but we will be doing enforcement over the next several weeks to try to clean up the illegal vendors. There are ways for vendors to be legalized, and we can only do so much under the state codes, but we will do everything we can to make sure that those stands and food trucks are complying. I hope you'll see some improvement in that. And then as far as the mission walk, your president of the association contacted us last week, and our new public works director did a heck of a lot of research into who's supposed to maintain what. And I apologize, but we found out we're supposed to maintain more than we thought. And I think the president of your association found out that you're supposed to maintain more than you thought. Long story short, we're committed to cleaning up the area that we need to clean up. We're committed to putting some fencing in to try to stop people from moving in and out of that area. And then we're also committed to working with the county to fix their part so that hopefully you won't have those issues in the future. I apologize you haven't received responses. I can tell you that the council responds to emails they received, so there must have been a mistake, and we changed over to a new email domain, so that may have happened. But I get emails forwarded from the 5 of them all the time, and they are very on it. So please bear with us and give me your contact information, or I have it from the city clerk, and we'll make sure we get back to you.
Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mark. So,
All right. The next 6 speakers are for item 4E, which is the 7th Amendment to the Amended and Restated Agreement with Arakelian Enterprises Incorporated, doing business as Athens Services for the implementation of a 3rd recycling bin and rate adjustment for commercial accounts. The first speaker that we have is Carol Yang. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Adam. And Vice Mayor, we have a couple of options. We can take the way we normally would do. We would take all comments on the consent calendar items at one time. If one of the council members is going to pull that item, then you also have the option to hold those comments until we pull that item and do them at the same time as that item. It would be the choice of the presiding officer and the council to decide how to handle that.
okay. So rest of the public comments is related to the item 4E. Adam, it's most of the public comments is regarding that.
Yes, that's correct. We have 6 speakers. And we have
So-
also one submitted that was done through email.
Through the email too. Okay, good. So it's the rest of the council member is okay to do the, if anyone want to actually I want to do the next item for the consent calendar. If they consider the pull out item, maybe we can take care of the consent calendar first, and then we can focus on the item for the people they're really interesting. Is that okay?
Vice Mayor, I just want to clarify, now we are still in the public comment, so,
Yeah.
which means that will be having the public comment, but it's not really listed on our agenda. So if that is,
That's my feeling. So that's why I'm asking
Thank you.
the Adam regarding the public comment. It's not a general comment, so it's related to this specified item. I think it's better to with our the discussion. So if I got a support, so just we move it on the next item and then yeah.
So I agree. So we need to move to the next item and then ask if anyone wants to pull anything.
Yeah.
And then we can approve
Yeah.
the remaining agenda item, or we can wait
Right, the
till.
consent calendar, yeah.
I think also
back to
so
it.
on the timeline, also it's a really efficiency to moving the agenda moving forward. That's our feeling. Okay, so if we agree, so just go
Well,
for the
so,
next
so
item.
we're moving to the consent agenda?
Yes. Okay.
So we're there.
Okay.
So then now we ask,
So-
does anyone want to pull an agenda?
Yeah. Okay. So with this next item, so then have the option. So right. Okay.
So next item is consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar are considered routine, and recommendations will be approved in one motion unless a member of the city council requests separate discussion. Also, we have received a written comment from Adriana Ruiz, Vice President of the Las Tunas Townhomes and resident, requesting for item 4E to be removed from the consent calendar.
Okay. So would you, any council member, like to pull an item for the separate discussion?
yes, I will. I would like to just pull the item of 4E for separate discussion and approve the rest of the consent items.
And I'll second to approve the rest of the consent agenda items.
So actually, I already have the motion by the council member Wu to pull out the item 4E for separate discussion, and the motion by the council member Wu and second by council member Manchanga. So we need a vote, right?
The motion also-
Okay.
The motion also included approval of the remainder. of
Oh,
the
yeah,
consent
yeah,
calendar.
okay. Motion also approve the remainder, the consent calendar. So if it's just one vote, it's the rest of it should,
Yep.
we take care of the business, and then we discuss the item
Yeah.
4E, right?
So-
Is that correct?
Yeah, just for clarity, so the way this ordinarily works is you ask if anybody wants to pull anything, people pull things, that's off the consent calendar.
Okay.
Then you take a motion to approve the consent calendar with those things, with not including the things that were pulled off.
So it has two motion.
You don't really need a motion to pull anything, I guess is what I'm trying to clarify. The motion is just to approve the balance.
The rest of it.
Consent calendar.
Okay.
Right.
Then you'll go back to the pulled items and treat them just like any other agenda item,
Okay.
one at a time.
Okay, so Councilmember Wood, clarify, could you just go ahead and clarify your motion?
Yes, I would like to motion to pull the item number 4E. I'm sorry, pull the item for separate discussion,
Yeah.
then approve for the rest of the items on consent calendar.
So the motion only needs to be move approval of the consent calendar, not including item 4E.
Okay, and I'll second
Oh, I
it.
see. Okay, good.
Yes, LOL, yes, good.
Thank you, our city attorney. So it's already clarified, so please vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-0.
Vice Mayor?
Should be changing to,
He's out, yeah.
no, I'm here.
Oh,
They're here, it's, okay, okay,
Vice Mayor,
okay.
may I ask for a 5-minute recess?
Okay, so
Thank you.
wait 5 minutes for the health break. So I think it's a help to our discuss for the, yeah, okay. So we come back, we recess the meeting on the 7:50 p.m. and come back 7:55. Okay. So next item, please. The pool, the next for the pool item for the number 4E, and so yeah, the follow.
For item
public
4E,
comment, yeah.
the first speaker is Carol Yang.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Carol Yan, and I run a auto repair shop and a mechanical shop in St. Gabriel City. So I'm not here to talk about public tonight. I'm here just as a small business owner. So recently, a lot of us just started to understand this garbage contract change. And honestly, I'm super worried about it. From what we've seen, rate could go up a lot. From same business, it's like going from around 300 to 600 a month. That's not small for us. Right now, we are already dealing with high rent, labor, insurance, everything went up. So it's just add more pressure. What also concerns us is the contract length. It's very long and it's auto-renew. That makes people wonder, will it still be fair competition in the future? We're not against waste service. We understand the state requirements, but decisions like this long-term and expensive. We just hope the city can slow down, be more transparent, and really listen to local business and residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Next speaker is Wendy Wang.
Hi. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members and fellow residents. My name is Wendy Wang. I'm a resident of St. Gabriel for 22 years. I'm also a candidate for St. Gabriel City Council in 2026. However, tonight I was not here for politics. I'm here as a resident, as someone who deeply cares about our community, speaking on behalf of many residents and local business owners. Athens is a really professional waste management company, and as a resident, I appreciate their work, but this is not about any company. This is about how we as a city govern for our residents. Only reason have many residents and businesses truly begun to understand the detail of this garbage contract amendment. And after learning more about it, many people have become deeply concerned. According to the public record, back in 2020, the City of St. Gabriel already approved a garbage contract amendment and rate adjustment rate to SB 1383 compliance. But now the city is composing another long-term rate increase structures will concern many residents, even more than that. That means nearly $200 increase every month and increase for more than 60% every year for to 6% of interest. For many restaurants, small businesses, and partners, properties owner, that is absolutely not a small amount. So the real concern for many people is, will this type of long-term ongoing and uncapped rate increase structure become a long-term burden on residents and small businesses? So tonight, I'm not here to oppose waste management services. However, I believe that the contract of this price structure in this scale and the decision that could affect residents for a decade should be discussed more openly and transparent with the public. I respect and ask city to truly listen to the voice of residents and small businesses, because I went around to the city like the past 2 days. I talked to the supermarket and the small business owner. Not a lot of people are aware about that. So that's really a concern that I want to ask.
You then?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Estela R. Garcia.
So my name is Stella Garcia, and I have my twin brother with me. Both of us have lived in the city of San Gabriel for over 50 years. And this new trash this new trash amendment is going to affect us tremendously as we're all getting older. The potential impact of the cost of living is already pretty high. With this new amendment, having Athens increase the cost of the trash, it impacts us tremendously, especially long-term.
I mean, I guess if I were to add anything, it just, incentives matter. So if you have a contract where you're locked in for 20-some years, and, you know, really what that strikes to me is like monopoly behavior. Now, I'm not against companies raising their prices, but, you know, if we as a city are locked into something where we have no ability to renegotiate, if it looks like, hey, these rates are increasing kind of high, is that reasonable? Normally what a consumer would do and a city would do is, okay, you shop around again, and if it looks like that's pretty much what the market is and you're not going to get better rates, then you stick with it. So if there's any sort of chance that that could be relooked at, doesn't mean you have to change the company that we use, but I just think incentives matter, and if a company knows that they have pricing power and there's not much that you can do about it, well, it's, you know, it's human nature. That's what they're going to do. They're going to raise rates because why not, right?
So basically what we're saying is we're hoping that this contract can be revisited. I know it was passed in 2020, but if these rates are going to be increased, can't we comparatively shop with other agencies, with other trash companies to find if this is cheaper? I know that I saw the city of Rosemead and Alhambra, which are using a totally different company. It's a much cheaper rate. Yes, they are increasing rates because of this AB law that came into effect, but it's much lower than it is for us potentially. So I, as a resident, because I am going to be impacted, I would like the city to consider looking at other options instead of increasing our rates and sticking with one contract when there are many other options. We are in a capitalistic society, and that's what capitalism affords us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is X Tang.
可以说中文吗？能听懂是吧？
Okay, he wanted to translate.
Does he have a translator?
Do you have a translate? 你有翻译吗？
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it?
So, yeah, okay. So whatever translated, you should be translated everything.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I don't stand this side. All right.
我们现在讨论的这个4.1这个法案，我代表圣盖博的华人想发表想说2句。
So he represents the San Gabriel community, wanted to talk about this amendment.
我受王温迪女士的邀请，然后参加这次会议。
Oh, so I invited him here.
Who invited?
Oh, Wendy went and invite one of our residents here.
据我了解，这个法案在本地华人群体没有知晓的情况下，和垃圾清理公司从7到10年的合约直接变更成25年的。
He said so far as he knows this bill, without acknowledgement of local Chinese, Asian American communities, and the garbage cleaning company has changed from 7 to 10 years to 25 years contract.
如果这个协议本地居民大部分居民不知情的情况下签订了，对本地居民他的一个生活成本有所降低，这个是没有问题的。但是我目前了解到的信息是，他们有部分用户从每月$300的垃圾清理费涨到$500。
So if most of the local residents are unaware of this agreement, then signing this agreement has reduced, I mean, if this agreement is about reducing the life costing of the local residents some extent, then there's no doubt. However, as far as he know, some of their users, some of the residents have not know anything from their monthly, the contract information.
如果真是这样，这个事情是不合理的，必须要本地居民知道这个事情，华裔和其他族裔都要参与进来，然后让他们做出表决。
I try my best. If that's the real case, this matter is unreasonable because it must involve local residents knowing about this matter. Both Chinese American and other race and other communities should get involved with them and let them know to make a vote.
华人在圣盖博这座城市占比已经高达40%。
He said Chinese population have in the city of San Gabriel over 40%.
接下来他们会参与到各种公共事务的决策里面。
The next 40% of them will hope to involve into the making various public affair decisions.
特别是那些伤害公共利益的决策，我也会参与进来，我会关注这个事情。
Especially for those decision harms the public interests, he will get involved and keep an eye on this matter. Especially harm.
普通的圣盖博居民他没有时间参与这种市议会，但是我有很多朋友在圣盖博生活工作。
Ordinary resident in San Gabriel don't have time because of job to get involved in such things, but he do, so he have time.
我将来也可能在这座城市居住和工作，所以说我非常关心圣盖博的城市发展。谢谢。
So in the future, he's going to move into San Gabriel, and he's really wanting to know more about San Gabriel in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jordan Guzman.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jordan Guzman. I'm a proud resident of San Gabriel, and I'm here tonight to respectfully oppose consent calendar item 4E, the proposed 7th Amendment with Athens services. So this amendment will harm many commercial and multifamily customers in our city. Sorry. A typical 3-yard commercial bin will see monthly rates jump from $312 to $502. So that's an increase of $190, and that's a 60.8% increase, which is pretty substantial. So even customers already using organics will pay an extra $63 per month. These are significant increases for small businesses, restaurants, and apartment owners, especially in today's economy. Things are pretty difficult right now. The city already approved rate increases in the 5th Amendment on September 1st, 2020, specifically to address costs from AB 1826 and SB 1383. Now we're being asked for yet another major change, including a new rate formula, and that's trash CPI plus 1%, and that will virtually guarantee automatic annual increases going forward. So I urge the City Council to reject or substantially modify this amendment and direct staff to pursue more cost-effective ways to meet state mandates. I also strongly encourage all affected property owners to submit written protests under Proposition 218. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Thomas Barcelli.
everybody. Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members, and community members. My name is Thomas Perselli. My wife and I, we own a couple of businesses here in the city of San Gabriel, Luna's Bar and Grill and Roxy's Liquor and Mini Mart. I'm here tonight to express concern, as my other fellow members, about this agenda item 4E, the proposed increases tied to the Athens Services Agreement. According to the report that I read, the commercial customers with a standard 3-yard bin would increase from about $400 to over $500 per month under the new bundled system. That's future annual increases tied to the trash CPI plus an additional 1%. For small businesses like ours, these costs add up quickly. Our own trash bill in the year 2024 increased $130. That's a 30% jump. It went from $430 to $556. Now, $300 of that bill is associated with recycling and related mandated service charges, and that's just for me for one business, in addition to the city franchise fees. All this at a time when restaurants are already struggling with rising food costs, payroll, insurance, utilities, and inflation. For some of us, this becomes a very serious burden. I also want to point out that businesses with organic waivers would still be required to pay the bundled rate, even if they do not use the organic service. Another concern is the lack of competition. I obtained a quote from Republic Services today in a neighboring area that services communities right around us, and what they quoted me was $370 per month. I'm paying $556 for the same service that they offered me today. Now, over time, that's $2,000 less than what I'm currently paying that I could save if I had the opportunity to switch. But as we all know, because of the city's exclusive franchise agreement, businesses have no ability to seek competitive pricing or negotiate lower rates. Now, I understand the city must comply with SB 1383 and the state mandates. I support responsible environmental programs, but there are also needs that need to be balanced: transparency, protections for the businesses and residents that are paying these bills. I respectfully ask the council to slow this process down, conduct an independent review of the proposed rate structure, and consider stronger protections or limits on future increases before approving this amendment. Small businesses are already carrying a heavy cost just to stay open. Please make sure these changes do not place an even greater burden on the very businesses that help keep San Gabriel thriving. These small businesses are part of the backbone of San Gabriel. We employ local residents, support community events, and contribute to the economic vitality of this city. We simply ask for a fair, transparent, and balanced process when it comes to mandatory service costs that we cannot opt out of. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Camelia Vera.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and City Council and staff. I only heard about the potential rate increase just recently through social media, and so I came. I don't know much about it. I don't know if it's just for commercial or if it includes residential. I'm sure we'll hear. I do want to suggest that maybe this item could be reviewed in a way where there's more transparency. I've been a resident of the city for over 30 years, and I don't know how long our contracts are with Athens. I don't know when it expires. These are things that I think the city, the residents should know. And I also agree that we should be keeping prices low for businesses, because when I go to the businesses, they always talk about the cost to do business in San Gabriel, and they say it's costly. And so I'm hoping that these businesses can stay in business. So that's important. But one thing that when I saw San Marino change to a different trash company, I said, oh, I guess, we don't have to be at the mercy of these contractors that are doing business. If we don't like their services, Athens is giving good service. I just think that we should be looking at all the different other service providers and maybe getting requests for proposals to see what kind of services they can offer. And I understand that there are some mandates that you do have to comply with, which is why you're going to have the third bin. So I just want to say, consider competition, consider others, because if it could provide better or the same service to the residents, we should be looking at those. Thank you.
Thank you. No
Mayor,
more,
we have no more speaker cards.
no more speaker cards. So have any online? It's already, yeah. So I think council member, it's already read it online. Okay. So all the rest of my colleagues, the council member, have any clarify question or just this delivery? Just delivery. Okay. Okay. Council member Avila Herrera. Okay.
Avila. Thank you.
Herrera Avila.
Yeah. Thank you, Vice Mayor. So here are the concerns. And I have questions. I have a lot of questions. Actually, I had about 40 questions, and I narrowed it down to 15 questions. Okay, I want to make sure to respect everybody's time, but at the same time, I want to make sure that my questions are answered because I represent the community and the people first. And I understand that Athens, we've had Athens for many, many years, over 40 years, and I can't, the service is amazing, but the rates, these new rates are a little bit high for me. So I do have a few questions. Let me get started. So we have a representative of Athens that can answer the questions. My first question is going to be,
We have the Athens company representative. Thank you coming to explanation.
Yeah, thank you. So first question, what is Athens' current diversion rates for San Gabriel? What specific operational charges or changes or investments were implemented since the 2020 SB 1383 amendment to achieve these compliance?
Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you. My name is Gary Clifford. I'm the Senior Executive Vice President of Athens Services, and I've been involved with the city for over 18 years. It's nice to see you tonight. I'd like to make a statement and then take notes. I took copious notes during the public comment. I would also like just for the public to know that when you look at the staff report on page 3 does show the new rates with the same service. If you look at the paragraph below the rates, it says clearly, customers can reduce their costs by downsizing their trash bin when practical by making sure recyclables and organics are placed in the correct bins. I won't read the whole thing, but there's a paragraph there that I think is very important, and I think that through social media and just through misinformation, there's been some misleading things, and I brought a chart in here that explains this, and I'll leave this with the council too. I just want the people that are here to know that I have our staff and my cards here. I'll spend as much time as I need to talk to them specifically. But in the case of someone who currently has a 3-yard bin, they have a 3-yard bin, I heard somebody say that, and they currently pay $438.80, and the new rate is $502.37. That is correct. But they're getting additional equipment, and our staff goes out there and resizes their equipment. So they won't have a 3-yard bin anymore. They'll have a recycling container, and they'll have an organics container. They'll have 3 containers now to supply and to comply with Senate Bill 1383 differently than in 2020. When they do that resizing, which is actually more capacity, equal to or more than what they currently have, their rate will go down 7% to $431.59. And I think that's really important for everybody to hear. Senate Bill 1383 not only makes you have to do additional things, you have to do things. If you choose not to do those, you could pay more money. That's how it works because we have to pay more money. But if you do what the Senate bill's intended to do by our sisters and brothers up in Sacramento that passed this, and you do the recycling like you're supposed to, and you put the stuff out of the trash barrel into the blue barrel, do you understand what I'm saying? You can downsize your trash rate. And this is on record, so I'm just telling you that your new bundle would be a 2-yard bin with an organic barrel and a recycling barrel, and that cost is $431.59. That's cheaper than the current rate without the rate increase. Do you all understand that math? And I'll leave this with you. And there's also the same scenario for people who have a waiver right now, and there's also the same scenario for someone who has multiple pickups. Additionally, there is no residential rate increase at all. Your residential customers are going to get a blue barrel additional capacity, and there is no rate increase. The annual rate increase in the future will change to CPI +1. That's 1 additional %. So whatever you were going to get this year, and I'll make, if the number was 4 or 5%, it'll be 1% more as the contract goes on. But there is no change in the residential rate other than the annual increase. So I'll take notes on the questions, and I think you asked about the cost. There's millions of dollars of costs in the blue barrel.
Can I repeat my question?
Yes, yes, you may.
I just want to make sure that question gets answered.
Yes.
Appreciate you taking the time to address some of the comments, which I strongly disagree with what you said, but respectfully, of course. What is the Athens current diversion rates for San Gabriel? And I'll separate that question. Do we know what are these diversion rates? I know that SB 1383 mandated that we reach 75% diversion rate by year 2025.
That is incorrect, sir. If this council wants me to respond to each one, I will, but that's incorrect. What Senate Bill 1383 says that you have to eliminate 75% of the organic material from going to a landfill. Then that changed in 2026 from 2025, which was 50%. So what Senate Bill 1383 requires is that you have to eliminate the organic fraction, this is the food waste basically, from what goes to a landfill. So we report the diversion to your city monthly, and that diversion range, we guarantee you that you have 50% diversion, which you're supposed to have. That's the diversion rate.
That's incorrect.
Under AB 939.
That's incorrect.
Okay.
Where are we supposed to be at 2025?
In the Senate bill, you're supposed to be at 50% diversion rate for all your recyclables
What about
in the city.
75%?
The 75% is the organic fraction that goes to the landfill, and you're compliant with that.
And so we are compliant with that.
Yes, when you go to the 3-barrel system, you will be compliant with that. You can't get that.
So when we go to that, when we go there, we're not there yet. So right now, as it is, we're not talking about after this. We're talking about before this.
Right now, you have a 2-barrel system, and we're removing the fraction from that system. You have to take that to a high-diverting MRF, which requires 75% diversion of the organic fraction. We don't have that. So by going to the blue barrel, we'll be able to get your organic fraction 75. It's already not going to the landfill. We use it as a beneficial reuse. So your customers will change from putting everything into one bin to putting the recyclables into a blue barrel, and all of the food waste, organic waste, and other waste that qualifies as organics into the green barrel. All that will be in the black barrel is trash. So you can downsize that and downsize your cost. But you're compliant right now with AB 939, which is the 50% bill. You're compliant with 1826. And as of January 1st, and we've been negotiating this for a long time, you will be compliant when you move to the 3rd barrel of taking 75% of the fraction of the organic fraction away from a landfill. Yep. And you'll be doing that by changing from a 2-barrel system to a 3-barrel system, which has a significant impact in cost because you now have another piece of equipment and you now have another trip with a truck. There's a service fee to come out and come to your house 3 times instead of 2 times or 1 time.
Okay, but we're not compliant right now, right? Okay, we're going to move on to the next question.
Okay.
Okay, and we need to be compliant. My understanding is that we had to be compliant by 2025. That's for some of the stuff that I'm going to go over.
Okay.
But we're going to move on. Thank you for that. Okay. During 2020, the 2020 agreement and SB 13 amendments, did Athens believe the proposed structure would satisfy the anticipated compliance requirement? And if so, what specifically did they change between then and now that required another major amendment to escalate the structure?
Thank you for the question. When you did your amendment in 2020, it was compliant because the two-barrel system was compliant and allowed to take 50% of the organic fraction out of the waste stream. In 2026, that changed to 75%. The two-barrel system was not compliant with that, and no one foresaw that. So that had to change from a two-barrel system to a three-barrel system, and that's what we have been negotiating. I believe, and city manager can help me, maybe mid-2025, for over a year. And I would like to note that I believe as an expert in this field and also as an elected official in my own community, I believe that your staff and your council did an excellent job, your city manager, negotiating an unfunded mandate that actually allows for the new system, three-barrel system, to be put into place and actually allow customers to have a rate decrease when applicable instead of a rate increase. I think that's a significant move that not everybody was able to do, but I want you to understand that, so you understand the change. Our people go out to every commercial and multifamily customer, every one of them, and they change their service unless they want to keep it the same. And if they want to keep it the same and they want additional capacity, they will pay more if that's what they choose to do. But my argument would be, we service many, many cities, and the majority of those cities have downsized the rate and adjusted that to where it did not have an impact on the customer, as stated tonight.
So I strongly disagree with that, and since you mentioned the city manager, I kind of want to get some of the city manager's points on this 2026 change. This that now we're facing this amendment change because of this 2026 change, because I was not aware of this change.
I'm sorry, Councilman Herrera-Avila, I didn't get the question. I heard the statement, but was there a question?
Yeah, so a gentleman made, what was your name again?
Gary Clifford.
Mr. Clifford made a statement that regulations have changed since 2026. I kind of want to understand what regulations is he talking about, as I'm not familiar with any regulations that have changed within SB 1383, other than that the state, and this is not even nothing that has changed, other than the state is actually enforcing the 75% diversion rates as of recently.
I didn't hear Mr. Clifford say that the regulations have changed. What I heard him say and what we have been discussing with Athens, we've been coming from the premise that the state changed its way of allowing the MRFs to meet that compliance rate. The state has come back and said to cities, we've been on calls with Cal Recycle for the last year or so. They are saying to us that sending the trash to the MRF does not qualify anymore. And that's what we've been told. I can't verify that, or I don't know, Athens' business model, but what we have been told is that if they take it to the three-barrel system, we still won't gain any more reduction in the trash that we're throwing away, because the trash is what the trash is, what all of the residents and businesses of the city throw away. That is what it is. That's static. It's just that separating it into a three-barrel system allows more of that same amount of trash to be recycled or composted, depending on where it goes. And Cal Recycle is allowing that to count for that mandate that was back in SB 1383 adoption days and the new mandate in 2026. So to sum up the question that you're asking, I'm not aware of anything that's changed other than some reporting requirements. There have been some auditing and more reporting requirements that have come down, but the diversion was there when we adopted the amendment in 2020. My understanding of the change is that Cal Recycle has changed the way they allow us to account for that. So
but
hauler is having to make that change. I can't verify any of it.
No, I appreciate it. So I want to make clear that nothing has changed within the law. of SB 1383. I just want to make sure that's factual. With that said, I kind of want to go back to this question of we were anticipating, I feel that Athens and the city was doing this at best judgment as anticipating back in 2020 that we were going to be okay with the two-barrel systems. And unfortunately, that's not the case right now because many of the MRFs are not getting approved, right, or not meeting that mandate, the 75 diversion mandate, which I think is very unfortunate. I believe that when I looked at the system of Cal Recycle, there was 3 that somehow got approved. And one of them is here locally, and they're meeting a high diversion, more than 75% diversion rate. And it's quite unfortunate that now, Athens is facing this. You guys, I hope we're working towards getting approval, I'm sure. So I kind of want you to help educate us on where were you then? You guys anticipated this happening now, and we hope not to be here at this situation. If we would have gone down the path of a three-barrel system, which was an option, we wouldn't be here right now. We would be okay. But because we did the two-barrel system and the MRF is not getting approved by a state, it's unfortunate. So I want to see if you can, Mr. Clifford, if you can give us an overview, give us an understanding of what happened and where you guys were at. Where were you guys trying to do to meet that mandate so that we're not here right now? Is that something
Yeah, I
you can
think I
answer?
understand your question clearly, and I believe that the changes in law going from 50 to 75% were remarkable, and the changes in methodology going from two-barrel to three-barrel were also remarkable events. We've been talking to this city about going to three-barrel for quite some time. The city chose to continue the two-barrel and to not go to three-barrel. And in 2026, when they started enforcing those measures and Cal Recycle was coming directly to the city and talking to them about not removing 75% of the organic fraction from the waste stream, we started talking about the three-barrel system. And the three-barrel system now is what Cal Recycle desires you to go to. And we are working on our MRFs to get to a 75% level, but the amount of money that it would cost to process waste at that level is much more significant than having a three-barrel system. And the city chose, I think wisely, to go to the three-barrel system and to mitigate the costs of that by doing the outreach, the education, and the long-term amortization of that cost over the time of this contract. I think that's a fair assessment.
Mr. Clifford, look, I understand. I understand that everything takes, it takes money, right? If we're adding a new barrel, it's going to take money. Somebody has to pay for that extra cost. It's beyond the contract, so that's why we're here trying to amend that so that we can try to meet that mandate, right? So I appreciate that. I just want to be frank that this is an opportunity for us to ask clarifying questions, because this is not just an easy thing, an easy pill to swallow. People are going to be impacted by this. And it's happening not only with trash. We just saw it right now with the sewers presentation. It's happened across the board. But the sewer presentation, they have a 5-year cap, but that's different. We cannot compare apples to oranges, but we can see where the trend is going, especially with inflation, and we don't know where we're going to be. So thank you for that. I'll try to be more speedy with my answers. If you try to be a little bit more succinct with your answering, we think we'll be done with this process pretty soon, and I appreciate your time, Mr. Clifford. I'm going to skip this question because that was covered. Okay, I'll go to my question number 4. Why are some of the other mixed waste processing facilities, and I think we're already kind of hit on this, but I kind of want to ask it again just to get more succinct on this. Why are some of these mixed waste processing facilities reportedly achieving the higher diversion rates? And has Athens or the city independently verified the comparable facilities and performances on their levels?
Yes, I think there's one local MRF that the cost, the tipping fee and the cost of what it would cost to take the waste there is very, very high, much more significant than the tipping fee that this city pays for where they go. And I think that Athens has a facility that would qualify as a high diverting MRF, the cost of getting the waste there in another city is much more expensive than the cost of going to the 3-barrel system. And I would again reiterate, as you answer these questions, that I think staff, what was foremost with staff when they were renegotiating these rates is to make sure that the ratepayer, if they comply with SB 1383, with the 3-barrel system, they would be able to mitigate the rate increase. And that's what the downsizing, that's the significance of that paragraph that is right below the rates that I read to you in the opening,
Mr. Clifford,
which is a big part of the staff report, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Clifford. And, you know, I'm not against going through the 3-barrel system so that we become compliant. That's one of the priorities, but my priority is going to be representing the residents, right? And making sure that everybody is able to have a good quality of life here. So anyways, let me move on and ask a couple more questions here. If the city is ultimately exposed to the potential state penalties or enforcement risk related to the diversion of SB 1383 compliance, who bears the responsibility at this point, without this amendment, who bears the responsibility of the cost under the current agreement?
Right now, the city is responsible for Senate Bill 1383, and they would be responsible. This amendment gives the city indemnity, meaning we take responsibility. If you change from the 2-barrel to the 3-barrel in the 7th Amendment, we take the responsibility of any compliance, fines, or anything.
Right, but other than that amendment, we want to go back and let's not talk about that amendment. As it is with the current contract that we have with Athens Services, who is responsible?
The city.
Okay.
For the new compliance level.
I don't know if I can agree with that, but, okay.
And I assume your point is because the city chose for the two-can system that
Correct.
Opened up the possibility of.
That is
the
correct,
MRFs
sir.
not-
And that's it. And I think we're working together. We're in that period, which is why we negotiated that, but yes, sir.
But the 2-barrel system, you can still use it, but you have to meet the diversion requirements. So I feel that if we get penalized because we have not met that mandate, that I can argue that we have a contract with them that they said they were going to meet that.
Yeah, I'm not telling you I agree with it, but just the point that's being made here is that we elected to choose a methodology that the state later disfavored, and the state's going to fine us ultimately.
The state has not disfavored it because it's still making it available and accessible, but it's very costly. That's the biggest argument, to be fair across the board. It's still a thing that we could use, but even if we want to keep the 2-barrel system, respectfully, we will have to increase rates because it's going to cost a lot more money.
Do you mind me asking him something along those lines? If we keep the 75%, let's just talk about other cities too. Is anyone keeping the 75%? Because the way I understood it with SB 1383, that the state is just saying, it has to be 3 barrels
That is
now,
correct.
because it's almost impossible to get a 75% because people are not complying. They're not moving things in the proper bin. And so that's why the state is saying, we need to stop this because we want more. We want more to take place.
None of our customers and none of the customers that I'm aware of are retaining a 2-barrel system. They're all going to a 3-barrel system.
Well, if I might add on that, yeah, it is very difficult if we have the 2-barrel system, and I wish we would have, and we don't want to go play the spectator sport where we wish we could have done something different before. But it's harder to divert the trash because they have all these different requirements of contamination. If the pizza box has grease and has some cheese on it or something, now you have to put it in a separate different bin. So it's very difficult to maintain that, and it's costly.
But that's what the state wants.
Right.
I mean, you
Right.
may
But
not want it, but they want us to change our behavior.
Right.
I mean,
I'm
and
for
we're,
the 3-bin.
and we're in California, so we have the
difficult.
strictest
Yeah.
laws than anyone else. You can go to a different state, and I bet you they have 1 barrel. But anyway.
No, I get you. No, I get you. We have to
understand
go.
that.
We have to go to the 3-barrel
Yeah,
system.
our hands are being
know,
tied, and as usual, it's, there-
Councilmember Menchaca?
Right.
You know what I'm about to say. This is supposed to be the clarifying question, not the council discussion section.
Well, that's part of
I'm
clarifying.
sorry, why is it clarifying? It's consent agenda.
Yeah, but we treat this, once we pull it off consent, we treat it just like any ordinary item. So my recollection is that Director Avalo was finishing off, I hope, his questions. I hope that's.
I'm at question 6. If we allow me to ask my questions,
He's
and
at
Mr.
23
Clifford
minutes.
and
so-
Mr. Clifford is more concise on the actual answering the actual question and not adding a little bit more sauce on the pizza. We appreciate it.
Well,
So let's continue. Or
But you know what, I do want to understand the
Well, so-
procedure
yeah.
questions. This is consent agenda. We've already heard public comment. So this is our time to deliberate. It's not clarifying questions. It's deliberation by the council.
We move to deliberation?
Well, but we've already had public comment. Usually it's clarifying public comment
We
and then
did- I guess the
deliberation.
weird thing is we didn't have a staff report.
So would it be a mixed use at this point?
So, actually, yeah, I already asked him. We just, for me, sorry, I clarify, say it right now the clarify question, but it looks like no clarify questions. It's for the
I'm
delivery.
asking clarifying question. I'm at 6. I really want to speed through this. I had 40 and I've been doing the process of being respectful and all that. And I still have, I can have like
So,
a few more.
yeah. Okay. We have the cap total meeting until right now it's.
What is the cap?
It's 8:46. Yeah.
We've got a bunch of items.
Yeah.
All
we
right,
have that
so
much
can I
item.
continue with my
So,
question?
yeah. Okay. So I just want to have some suggestion. So is it possible you can have the I don't want to limit your question,
Right.
but we will have another.
Yeah,
the item
absolutely.
discussion.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, yeah. Okay.
I'll try to be faster. If Mr. Clifford answers the questions
Okay.
succinctly, then we can move forward, and then let's not add extra stuff here. So I'll be quick. In 2020, the city already passed and approved SB 1383 related to amendments with 2 separate 7% increases, right? And this was to justify justify all the efforts that were going to go into SB 13 and meeting that mandate at that point in time. What specifically were those increases intended to fund, and how do we avoid residents and businesses effectively paying twice for the similar service?
I would say that the impacts of going from 2-barrel to 3-barrel are what has changed, which is more equipment and more tricks, more
No,
service.
I'm talking about back then, we already
No,
charged
that's
7%.
what I'm saying. You charged them for without not having a third barrel
okay, okay.
and not having the service. That was the first part of the question, and what was the second part? I'm telling you that your residents are not being impacted again, and that your commercial customers, if they don't change their behavior, they will get a rate increase. But I can't imagine a restaurant that's getting more capacity that wouldn't downsize their trash and save money. I mean, that's what 90% of the customers do. So my answer to your question is simple. There's been a sea change in how you eliminate 75% of the organic fraction at the landfill. You're going to a 3-barrel system, which requires more equipment and more service. And your staff has tried to mitigate that by not having an impact to the residents, and by being able to mitigate the impact to your commercial and multifamily customers by downsizing and right-sizing their equipment.
Thank you. I'm scratching one of my questions, so I'm going to go down and go to my question 7. I'm not going to ask question 7. I'll ask question 8. So I have 14 questions and might have less than that. Okay. What protections are we implementing in this new contract that are going to safeguard the residents and multifamilies, properties, restaurants, especially small businesses, particularly giving the immediate impact on some of these commercial accounts that they may face? I know we have about 200 or plus accounts that are going to get the 60% increase, and we have about 1,000 accounts that are going to get the 14.4% increase.
Councilmember, that's not accurate. I don't think I don't think they're going to get that increase. I think they're going to downsize. They're going to go through this process I said, and I would argue that 75% of them are going to actually qualify for a rate decrease. I'm just answering your question. They're not going to do that.
Well,
They're
I
not just
disagree.
going to simply say, I'm not going to change my behavior, and I'm not going to comply with that.
Well, that depends on
And,
the
and then we take, the good news here is that we take the responsibility for the compliance. There's 7 main components for the compliance: the software, the reporting, the little Jeeps that drive around and look in the trash barrels and take the assessments and the route audits. We do all of that, and the city's
I
protected.
want to retain my time here, because you're going on, and I don't agree that everybody's going to say, well, let's be compliant. That's going to be a partnership with Athens, the city, and the actual commercial customers to see if they're willing to do that, first of all. And if they do, they will be saving some money. I agree with you on
Yes.
that point. But it's not automatically going to be like everybody's signing up. It takes a process. So I hope that becomes the thing where we get most of the people that could save some money, that we can right size, and it's a process. So let's move on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Why is the proposal moving from a traditional CPI model to an uncapped trash CPI plus a 1% structure? And what do Athens and staff realistically project rates could be 10 to 20? Because we have an evergreen style contract. We went from 11 years, which I believe was an evergreen also style contract. Back in 2020, we agreed to go with the 25 years. So now we're at about 20 years, but then it's a whole process, and I'm not going to clarify what all of that means. If anybody has questions, I could talk to you about that on the side, but that's not the point of this. The point is that in 10 years from now, with the trash CPI and the 1% on top of that, how do we have a model of average? How is that going to look for our residents and for our commercial customers 10 and 15 and 20 years down the line? Because I feel that this is going to start compiling and compacting. And that's what I'm afraid of.
Do you want me to answer the question, sir? Yeah. The simple fact is that you don't have a cap now. It's changing from the CPI to the trash CPI, which is more relevant. It's sometimes the trash CPI is less than CPI. And then you're stabilizing rates for your customers. So now you have an indicia, it's trash CPI plus 1% for the duration of the contract. And that's what makes, you don't have to come back in, and as the woman said before, they're asking for 5% a year for 5 years. That's 25%. We're not doing that. We're saying trash CPI plus 1. That's it. And I think that that's a way that your staff is guaranteeing your customers rate stabilization, and I think it's good for the city.
I don't agree, but I'm going to move forward because that's going to start affecting our residents 4, 5, 6, 10 years down the line. Is going to be a bigger margin, but we're going to move forward. Question number 10, if the projected differential is expected to remain relatively modest, would Athens and staff be open to discussing a more balanced structure that includes reasonable annual caps, like a 5% cap? Reevaluate the automatic 1% on top, because we're saying CPI trash, which we can argue many of the newer contracts, they're moving towards that because of these mandates that we have. I would like to see 5% cap and removing that 1% escalation. So want to hear what.
No, we couldn't afford that in this package that we presented to the city. That would change, and that would change the current thing to have a more significant residential increase, which you don't have now, and a more significant commercial increase.
Thank you. Can Athens provide a comparable residential and commercial rate data from similar sized neighborhoods, including those from Athens and those not from Athens cities, particularly those that implemented these 3 streams collection systems of SB 1383 related measures around the same time that we did in 2020, 2022? I know that there's other cities that you guys have already implemented this particular formula, but do you guys have any kind of comparables that I'm sure there's other cities that you had in 2020 that decided to say, hey, we're going to just do the 3-stream, or we already have the 3-stream. Do you guys have any comparables of where those cities are at, and we can compare and contrast?
Yes, and your staff has done that, and we've done that over the past years. We've given the comparables to the city, and you're in the meeting, you're in a good spot.
Yes, but I would like to see those numbers. Mark, is there a way to see those numbers if they have already provided those comparables? I think the residents should be able to see these numbers if they have already provided them. I have not personally provided them. So is this something that we could see?
We can provide, anything council asks for. The rates that cities charge are public documents, so we can get any city comparables that you'd like.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to see that, actually, before making a sound decision, so that, because there's concerns about the different haulers having better prices, and I want to make sure that our residents feel comfortable when we're making these decisions as well. It's top priority. And make sure their business are stable, too. Would Athens be willing to cooperate with additional independent technical review if the city determines further evaluation is necessary?
That's currently in the contract. There's reviews and audits, and all those things are in your current contract, and they're in the 7th Amendment.
I'm referring to like putting a hold today on this contract and saying, hey, possibly we're going to get some experts, third party to come and evaluate if we're making the best decision, because I don't think that, I'm sorry to say, I don't think everybody's subject matter expert on every single particular item. Or you guys?
I would argue staff has done that, and we're not in a position to negotiate that over the dais today.
Mark, have we done that already? Have we hired professionals to look at this contract?
No, we have not.
Thank you. I'm just going to make it clear right here. If Athens, I want to make sure this is the last question. If under the city's current 2020 SB 13 amendment agreement with Athens, if the city were to face any penalties, fines, enforcement actions related to diversion of SB 13 compliance, who is ultimately responsible for these penalties? I know they will charge us. They will come down on us, but is Athens responsible to pay these fines under the current contract? And that will conclude my questions. If City Attorney can help, please.
Under the current two bin system, is that what you're asking?
The contract that we have right now, yes.
If the fine is the result of our decision on how we were providing service, then it would be difficult to impose that on Athens, I think.
Can you clarify that? Because my understanding is that we had a contract with them, and they were supposed to meet the diversion requirements, and now the state is verifying.
I guess the correct answer, the lawyerly answer, and the correct one is it depends. And I guess it would depend on the nature of the fine and precisely.
For not meeting the diversion rates, to be specific.
Yeah, the answer is depends.
Depends. It depends is very vague. I would like to know yes or no. Is yes
That's
or
because
no?
there's a variety of ways that could come about, and I don't know the answer to that.
We got audited today, and they're like, we are not meeting, San Gabriel's not meeting the diversion requirements. What's going on? We told you in 2020 that you need to meet this mandate. We told you that by 2025, we were supposed to be over 75%, and you guys
So in that hypothetical, is it revealed that Athens is doing something that's inconsistent with the contract or not?
Well, if the state comes down.
My point being, I don't know. It's an incomplete hypothetical, and I'm just going to have to say it depends right now, respectfully.
I respectfully would disagree and would say that we would need to look at this contract more, and I feel that they are responsible. They would be responsible at this point because we agreed with them, and they knew the mandate numbers back then. Or else I'm sure we wouldn't have gone down this path. Okay, anyways. I yield back my time. If anybody else has more clarifying questions, I know we don't have that much time there. Thank you, Mr. Clifford.
So I just want the fair for the rest of the council member because right now the council member Gabriel just used for the clarify question. So I give it to the rest of the council member. Do you have any clarified question?
You know, I have 80 questions here. I'm down to 8.
Okay.
No, that's okay. I mean, well, Gary, thank you so much for clarification. You know, I was scratching my head while we were talking things here. Then I tried to Google that who did that bad things, which is called Senator Ricardo Lara. So I was thinking that should we recall this guy, but he actually is now the commissioner of insurance in our state. I truly appreciate that my colleagues that who is previously served as the former city manager of the Republic Service. I'm sorry, the municipal manager. So perhaps that they'll be really beneficial for any formal Athens representative run for an office in other city that is served by the Republic. No, I'm just kidding. That won't be happen too. But thank you, Mark. I mean, for negotiation with the Athens for the city. The first question I would like to address to Mark. Mark, if we do not comply with the state requirements, what would be the consequences? What is the cost that for the city annually?
I will have to get back to you, Councilman Wu, with an exact answer, but they can levy fines of up to $10,000 per day for not being in compliance.
So if we will be compared like per day, which being said that will be like a $3 million a month.
But it would all depend.
No, I'm sorry. It's at 300,000, right? So then compared with what we have increased, is that more or less? I'm really bad in math. I'm good in budget, but bad in math. But actually, that's fine. I mean, 10,000 is a big number, to me. But also, regarding the annual adjustment, that we are comparing with like a regular CPI, and now we are changing that to the trash CPI plus 1. So when we talk about the CPI, that is in Los Angeles County region. But the trash CPI is only available for the U.S. It's a national average.
Yes, the same indicia. It's just instead of L.A. Riverside, it's national, and it takes
national.
yes.
So
it actually benefits better because it takes the Midwest and it kind of neutralizes the coast.
I see. So the average, I was doing some research, and I understand sometimes the trash CPI will be higher, averagely will be higher than just the CPI. But some years they will be like lower.
Correct.
What is the reason that will be lower, or what caused that higher
for
the trash CPI?
I am good at math, and what happens when they do regular CPI, it's a market basket of goods. It really has nothing to do with our industry or trash or anything. So it's bread, milk, eggs, and so as you saw in COVID, the years around that, CPI was 8%, 9%, and like that. Trash CPI stays median, and it was probably 3 or 4% during those times. So it doesn't fluctuate like the commodities market and other things. It stays more stable, and it looks at the things that the business does, like tires, fuel, and other things. And I think it also mitigates coming in and asking for other extraordinary increases that you may or may not need because it follows the industry, like the sewer person was telling you tonight. It mitigates the need for that ping-pong effect of CPI.
So that will be the trash CPI, then plus 1.
Yes.
So it's just like a prime rate, then plus 1.
Yes.
Got it. And so that trash CPI is released by which department?
It's a Department of Labor. It's the same department. It's just a different indicia. So it's the same. It's the same computer strokes. It just goes to a different area.
I see. Well, I just want to make that clarify because in the past, I think we had your former representative, Mr. Ed Chen, also your former representative, Becky Chen, and also John Harrington, who is our former mayor as well, that has given us the presentation regarding the SB 1383. So that's why that I've been following this issue closely with Mark, and we have continued asking the questions about the update. But I understand there's no increase. I want to clarify that. There's no increase to our residential property.
Correct.
Okay. But for the commercial, because commercial property, some of the commercial property, they may have only single tenants. That is a freestanding building. So they will be paying their own trash bins. But for those property that has multi-tenants, they will be based on the triple net. So is there any cases how you charge, for example, on Valley Boulevard, we have so many shopping centers. Those trash bins, they could be collect like every 2 weeks or 3 weeks. No, I'm sorry, every twice a week or 3 times a week. It depends on how many trash they generated weekly.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that they are able to reduce the, maybe just reduce from, 3 yards to 2 yards? Or,
Correct.
So you will be sending someone to do it for them, or you were giving them some idea? Because that will be a
Yes, we will
person-
visit them, and as I have here, in your example, a current 3-yard bin twice per week is $608.36. And the new rate would be $686.96. If they go to a 1-2-yard bundle, it goes down to $634. So we will visit them. We will introduce those new pieces of equipment. Your new rates have 2-yard bins, 1.5-yard bins. They added that equipment to it so you can right size. And every one of your customers will be able to make that choice to mitigate any potential increase by downsizing their trash container and upsizing their recycling and organics.
So let's say if the 3 yards trash bin you collect twice a week, or like a 2-yard trash bin that you collect 3 times a week, which one is better, or is the same?
It's the same capacity, and because they're getting an extra barrel. So they don't, it would be the same, they just get picked up the same frequency, just a smaller trash.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that means, and also I have read the staff report. In the future, if there's any delinquent payments from any tenant, our city will be collecting that funds from them instead of from you. Is that correct?
No, you won't be, you're not in that business. We would come to you once a year, and it would go on a tax roll, where you just have to vote, it goes on the tax roll, and then we get paid through the tax roll.
So you will put a lien there?
Yeah,
against them?
yes, in essence.
I see. Let's say, for example, if there will be a shopping center come with like 12 tenants, and maybe 6 of them are restaurants. So for those restaurant use, are they paying more because the organic waste is now a new requirement? But some of the other office, like an attorney or accountant, they may not really use that much, and they may not really creating the big impact to this shopping center. So is that up to the property owner to decide that how they collect the triple net?
Yes.
Or that will be
It's up to the property owner. They can also get a waiver. If some of the customers don't have organic waste, they can get a waiver for that.
Oh, okay. So that will be their choice. It's
Yes,
not from
it's their
Athens.
choice.
I see. And as a board member of LA County Sanitary, the Sanitation Board, that I realized that across of the street from the office, the landfill, the Puente Hills landfill is now officially closed.
That is correct.
So we have been discussing a lot of things about the landfills, like in Calabasas, in many places we have lawsuit, we have all the different issues. But what worries me a lot is about closing up those landfills. So what is the strategy? I mean, if in the future there will be more landfills to be closed, does that mean that we will be facing the 8th or 9th Amendment because the price could be increased, we have less landfill that we can use?
That's one of the benefits of the 7th Amendment. We guarantee you landfill capacity, and if we have our own landfill network system that we use, and It's not in LA County, and currently your waste goes to one of our material recovery facilities that I think you have visited, and we transfer that to a landfill that we operate. And you're not exposed, you weren't exposed to that during Puente Hills, you weren't exposed to that when Chiquita landfill closed recently, and that would be, if we ever had to talk about that, that would be a meet and confer item, but you're protected by that in your current contracts.
When you say protected by the Seventh Amendment's contract here, that means the price will not be increased because that we will need to go further for the landfill service.
With our current landfill use, that is correct.
So where is our landfill right now?
Right now, we use the San Bernardino County landfill system.
San Bernardino.
Yes,
I
we
see.
operate that. Athens Services, we operate the Puente Hills MRF, and we also operate the San Bernardino County landfill system, and that was an agreement that you went in with us years ago.
So let's say if the landfill will be closed up for any reason, then, so you will need to rent a new the landfill, or, I mean.
They have 4 landfills in
Four
that
landfills.
system, and they have 30 years plus of capacity.
So we don't have to worry at least
That's
in
my,
next 3
that's my
decades.
testimony to you, sir.
Okay. Yeah, if we are able to reduce reduce the trash. To me, I mean, this is, because if that will be sharing among the tenants, I mean, then usually it won't be really impact too much about the property owner, but it could be some slightly income impact the tenants, because whoever rent the space and, operating the restaurant or anything, they could possibly increase their triple net. But it's still, I mean, triple net, that is including common area maintenance, the trash, water, insurance, and also property tax sometimes. So for that, it's more like a fixed, or there will be in the future, in the next few years, we will be keep increasing. So both residential and commercial, and including the multifamily, that will be based on the trash CPI +1.
And that is all, sir, yes.
Got it. And the last question I have, actually not last one. How many questions I asked? I don't remember that. I didn't count. But for me, I mean, I've been asking the question while your staff was doing the presentation for introducing the SB 1383. Especially I got a comments from one of our constituents that is a vice president from the Las Tunas Town Homeowner Association. Regarding they have a compliance challenges. I think that is not only for the residential, but it's especially for the apartment, for the those places. I mean, they probably have like a let's say the townhome. They may have only 2 bins, and they have like a structure they'll be fitting in. And every morning, like maybe twice a week, you will have a truck and tow it out. So how you can fit in with the organic waste things? Because I know that you have tried last year, and it doesn't work out. I mean, the bin looks like a newer, but people will fear because they don't know what is inside. It could be like a organic waste, but that could be like a couple days ago. People dump it. They don't know what is inside of the bag, and it could be like some liquid, and it could cause some like a rat, a cockroach. So for the apartment and homeowners, especially those property that generate by the homeowner association, they have concern about how we can enforce that, the third bins. So what's your solution here?
They meet with our staff, and we work that out for them, whether it's strategically making their trash small enough to fit the other barrels in the enclosure, or they want us to make them a custom bin where they can fit them within their enclosure, or they separate out one enclosure will be for trash, another enclosure will be for the other. There's ways to mitigate that, and that's what our staff does. And that's part of the SB 1383 cost, the team that goes out and annually visits the customers to do those very audits.
I see. So, which means that there will be take more time for Athens to educate them how to deal with the organic trash.
It is our responsibility. We take that responsibility away from the city, and we indemnify from you that, and we do that for you.
So if there's any, let's say, the homeowner association, they complain, oh, you know what, our resident, they know this is something new, but they don't want to comply. So they still dump some trash, regular trash or some recycling. They don't really care about the bins because the bin for the community is more like a general. It's like for any kind of trash inside. So, I mean, would that constitute the fines or penalties either from city or from you?
Yeah, we will have to keep working and educating them. We still take it to our MRF and we still process it and we take all the good stuff out of it. But we will have to keep meeting with those customers and educating them till they do the right thing. And that's what this cost structure does. If they don't want to do the right thing and they don't want to comply, they'll pay more. If they do the right thing and they comply and recycle, they'll pay less. And it's that simple. And I think the state has figured out, Southern California still has much lower trash rates than Northern California because of that very reason. And so I think they're going to catch up with each other soon. But the behavioral change is what really needs to happen in 1383. And that's what we take off the city's backs. And we go work with the people to do that. And the HOA presidents and the HOA people and the multifamily people and the commercial people, once they meet with our team and look at their opportunities, it's been very positive.
I see. And I think last question I should address to Mark. So if we today, that we will have a directions that say, let's conduct the Proposition 218, that means that we will have our resident that receive some kind of notice, and then they will have a chance to say yes or no, I agree or I disagree. Is that correct?
Yes.
Kind of.
Two things I would need to clarify. One, it wouldn't go to every resident, it would go to every ratepayer. So it would be every single-family home, and then as you asked in a lot of your questions, if it's a single property owner who's the customer versus spreading that out to individual tenants, the individual tenants would not get a notice. It would only be the single property owner. Same thing with a condo or a multifamily. The other big distinction is this isn't a ballot that is a vote yes or no. It's what we call an exception ballot, which is that everybody gets a notice, and however many that is, let's just say for purposes of explanation, there are 10,000 ratepayers in the city. 5,001 would have to return cards that are not accepting of that rate increase for it to be overturned. That's the premises of Prop 218. And Keith, I'm sure you have clarifying on top of that.
Yeah, it's not a ballot. It isn't an up-down election. Everybody gets notice that they have the opportunity to object.
So that means this is more like opt-in, opt-out selection. They opt out from this.
Well, not exactly. They'll send us a notice of their objection, and then we'll have a hearing. And we'll count, people who walk in can also object, and the clerk will count up the number of objections that we've received, including at the meeting. And then, as Mark indicated, it would have to be more than half of the people that receive the notice would have to object. If that happens, then we would not be able to adopt the rate.
I see. So the percentage for the rejection rate is 50% or?
It has to be more than 50% of the people who receive the notice.
Okay. Because usually that this is property owner paying the utilities, including Athens services. So, but the actual person who resides in that property would be the tenant. And City of San Gabriel is having a tenants, is a city that was a tenant, more than 50% tenants occupy. So who is receiving that postcard or notice?
The notice has to go to the person who will be paying, who has been paying the bill.
So that will be on the bill that whoever is paying that.
Right.
That will
Whoever that is gets the notice.
Get a
It's
notice.
not tied to property owner, even though it's a property-related fee. It's not tied to specific parcels in that way. The notice will say, and by the way, this is something I thought we should probably clarify since I'm talking. So I think if I understood what you were saying correctly, that currently everyone's got a black can and a blue can, and that when they get a blue and green can,
They have a black and a green, and they're going to get a blue.
okay. So when they get the blue can, they could reduce the size of the green and blue cans to be equal to the old green can? You guys have a green
No,
can?
it's simpler than that. The residential are going to get an extra blue barrel, so they're going to get extra capacity, and they're not going to
Right.
pay for that. We want them to put as much as they can in the blue barrel. The commercial customers are going to get a blue barrel also, or they can get a blue bin, whatever they want to get. That extra capacity they're getting, because they have a bin, they have the opportunity to go all the way down to a trash barrel if they want, which is much cheaper. We just figured out them going down to the next level. So if you have a 3-yard bin, and then you get an extra 96-gallon container, let's just call that a half a yard or a yard, then you can downsize your trash because you're going to be taking stuff out of that mixed waste container and putting it into the dedicated container. You're going to be putting more into the green and more into the blue. Hence, you don't need 3 yards capacity of that one container anymore. You could go to 2 or 1.5 or whatever you find convenient. Because right now, when you go into that thing, there's a bunch of undone boxes and bulky stuff in there that's taking up the room.
Okay, I just, you're getting me off track a little
Okay.
bit. So the only point I wanted to make is that back to the 218 notice, one of the requirements is that you give notice to the ratepayer about the effect of the change on their bill. And so hearing that discussion got me thinking, all I wanted to say is that we should put some thought into how we're going to do that, given that there's sort of an expectation that people might resize their service, I guess. And so that needs to be, I'm used to doing this from the perspective of water rates, and you don't resize your pipe. You
Right,
know?
I think you did it kind of on the staff report. If you look at the staff report as a model, it'll help you understand how the Prop 218 notice could look too.
Yeah, I think we can improve it.
Yes, I do too.
So for the Prop 218, we will do our, we will do our, what is that called, the public hearings here at our council meeting.
Correct.
Oh, okay, I see. So today is just giving an instructions moving forward to get a vote? I mean, not vote, I'm sorry, but that is more like.
To initiate the 218
to initiate.
process, yes.
Then they will still have a chance to make their decision.
Correct.
But why, when they will get that? I mean, before the public hearing, how many days or how many weeks before they will be getting
It's
that?
45 days notice, if I remember.
45 days
Am I
notice.
right? Yeah, 45 days notice.
So when they receive a notice, is there any phone numbers or any kind of contact information they may reach out to Athens or, maybe cities?
They don't reach out to Athens.
They don't?
They have to give the information to the city clerk, I guess, or whoever we've designated to receive it. I assume it's the city clerk.
Right. Because I realize that today there are so many residents here. They come here, they say, oh, worry about the rate is increased. But actually, that is not even the residential part. I just want to make sure that that information is clear and people will be receiving the correct information. Sometimes that people that just post that online and saying, oh, this is so horrible, that will be, but I understand that could be an impact too, especially for the commercial part, because those people, they are considering to increase their triple net share. So I understand that part. I just want to make sure that there will be somehow that when people, they receive those postcard, they know that where they can reach out to the right source to get the correct information. I think that is, so, yes.
And just this year, the legislature introduced some new procedural considerations for 218 hearings that will give additional process, I guess, for the public on this too.
That's good. So additional, so when would that be updated? So far, we only need to give a direction that we will move forward, but.
Yeah, so I guess what the process I think we're envisioning here, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the contract would be approved tonight. At a subsequent meeting, we would then authorize sending out the 218 notice pursuant to the contract.
Correct.
And then we would have 45 days, we'd hold our hearing. If we don't receive a majority protest, then you would be expected then to approve the rates.
Correct.
Because we will have agreed through the contract to approve the rates at that point.
Do we have a website that will be special because we are sending out that information? Would that be like a triple net dot like a SB something 1318 or so they will be able to access to that information and say, oh, City of St. Gabriel is now doing this, and this is all the numbers.
There's certain statutory, in the state constitution, in Article 13, there are notice requirements in there that you have to comply with, but you are able to give additional notice in whatever form you guys elect to do that.
Got it. Okay.
Just understand, though, that you have to be careful to make sure that whatever you do, it's clear to everybody that you're going to have this hearing, that they need to supply the protest in some form by the time of the hearing.
Right.
And that will be the process you'll be observing. You don't want to create the impression that there's some other process that they could avail themselves of.
Okay, I see. So there will be still some procedure updates after tonight.
I guess I would say this would therefore be step one in the actions necessary to increase the rates.
So that's from
Of three.
Okay, so that's from Sacramento. It's not in our hand anyway.
Well, I wouldn't say that. If you approve the contract tonight, then you're agreeing to raise the rates, provided that there's not a majority protest. So, you know, that, because at that point, you'll have a contract.
Right, I see. Okay, I think that's all my 80 questions. Thank you.
80 questions, you know, finish? Okay, so Councilmember Machenka.
Yes, I'm going to time myself too. I timed everybody else, so. Okay, so I think we're all learning so much about trash. It's exciting times here. First of all, I wanted to go back to 2020 just because I was there, and that was the liaison. And at the time, we did talk about the 3 barrels because a lot of cities have 3 barrels, but the cost was going to be significant. And at the time, we thought, well, if we can meet the 75%, if we can be at the 75% compliance rate, then why would we want to add more barrels and put an additional burden to our city? But then, as always, the state came in and said, well, the California law now is that, you know, it's much more demanding than it was in 2020. And if you want to be in compliance, then you have to do a 3-bin model because they feel that the 2-bin model, no one can meet the 75% compliance. And Clifford, or Gary, or, well, Mr.
okay.
Clifford,
I
Gary, I
respond
call
to
you
both.
Gary. You have like 2 names, first names, it's confusing. So then we're now at this 3-bin model, but then this new California law is not being funded by them. They want us to do more, no monies. So what are they doing? They're asking the cities to fund it locally. So we're at that point. So now our customers or ratepayers, or your customers, your ratepayers, we've got to use a blue bin for recyclable, green bin for organic waste, and black bins for trash. And somehow these, and then we also have the fact that it's not going to affect the single-family customers. So whatever's been taking place will continue to take place, but it's specifically for commercial and multifamily customers. They're the ones that are going to experience the rate increase. So my question to you is, what can Athens do to help those customers to mitigate the impact of 1383? You talked about right-sizing. You talked about education. But I think that's the biggest concern here. Now that we clarify, it's not affecting single-family homes. It's the commercial and the multifamily customers. What else can we do for that particular cohort?
I think the best thing that we can do is reach out to everybody, the tenants, everybody that are in those buildings, explain to them what the goal is and how to get there. And I think that the most important part of this, and my experience and the company's experience, has been that the people want to do the right thing. They want to recycle. They want to move forward. So what Athens can do is we could commit, like we have, to taking the burden away from the city, because if the city had to hire all the people to do this, it'd be incredibly cumbersome. You'd have to hire 10 more Jeeps and 10 more employees, and you'd be introducing more people at a city event, and they'd be going out and doing the auditing and all that stuff, which is what we're going to do. I think it's really incumbent on Athens, not the city, to go out and educate the customers as we do annually and get them to understand the equipment changes and the behavioral changes. And it's hard to do. I had to do it in my city. We went from 2 barrels to 3 barrels, and it was very difficult to do. And what happens is I'm not going to rat her out, but Mrs. Clifford refuses to do that work, so I have a barrel at the back door. She puts everything in it, and then once every couple of days, I go out there with gloves, and I do all the separation and put them into the 3 barrels, and I make her life easy. And so to keep the compliance people away from me, I make sure I do that work for her. So we will take that model to all of your multifamily and all of your commercial customers and explain to them, and it'll be on the rate sheets too. This will be part of the rate sheets. Here's what you currently have. Here's how that equates to the new rates, and here's where you can be with that same capacity, because you're getting an extra barrel. And let's just say you, just in your model, you have an auto shop, and you have a 3-yard bin, and now you're going to get a 96-gallon recycling container that's not going to go in the 3-yard bin. And now you're going to have organic capacity that's not going to go in the 3-yard bin. Why in the heck would you want to have a 3-yard bin? Now, you wouldn't know that up front. You would just get the extra equipment and see the bill and go, oh my gosh, we're going to beat them to it. And we're going to go out there and say, don't say, oh my gosh, say, oh my golly, look at what I can save. And that's what we do. That's what we're going to do. And that's what we can do. And that's our commitment to you and to your customers.
So what you're saying is that if they change their behavior and right size, our commercial and multifamily could actually decrease.
I want the numbers on the record so you know. Current rate, $438.80. New rate, advertised in the staff report, $502.37. That's a 14% impact. If you go from a 3-yard bundle to a 2-yard bundle, just going from 3 to 2, you go to $431.59, which is 2% less than that. And if you take, this is something we haven't even discussed, but if you just take this year's annual increase that was supposed to happen out of it, it's a 7% reduction, because you were getting a rate increase this year anyways.
So let me ask you something. When we go through the 218 voting process, because we've done this before, but if we do those notices, I call them ballot-like notices because people get confused, is this part of the community outreach and education that you would do?
The Prop 218 is what you do. We certainly will work with the city to help with that, but
we're going to have to, we're going to send out the notice.
Yeah, we send out the notice.
We're going to approve it at the meeting that we consider sending out the notice at. And I guess what I'm hearing and what I'm suggesting is the notice is required to inform them what the effect of the change is on the ratepayer. So we're going to have to, and I know it says this in the staff report, but obviously we've all been confused by it, at least I have. So we're just going to have to figure out a way to state it clearly that there are scenarios here, and one of them is that you end up, I guess, putting out the same volume of trash, right? But
differently,
in different size containers.
And it's the size of the bins. But it says here that, it says conduct a community outreach and education before the hearing so the ratepayers understand the proposal and its potential impacts. Are we having meetings, community meetings? So we're explaining that in the notice? Is that what we're doing? Okay.
And we'll definitely want to have a presentation when we have the rate hearing. We'll definitely want a presentation where we walk through it.
I think that would be very helpful because there's just too much confusion. And again, I think we're all we're not experts in any way. So I think explaining it would be helpful. The only thing I do know is that it's being mandated. And so we have to do it. We have to change to meet compliance. Because if we stay with the 2 barrels, it's not going, we're going to be starting to get hit with $10,000 or whatever that fine is.
Yeah, we're going to, I think legal and the public outreach people are going to have to
figure this out.
Sharpen their pencil and come
Okay.
up with a very good notice.
Well, that's why we pay you. The big bucks. Okay. So then, let me ask you a question. Is it true, because I saw that, I believe is in the report, but also some social media, that that the rate could change to as high as 60%?
No.
Okay, yeah, it just didn't sound right, but it's in the staff report. How do we come up with the 60% mark?
That's if you
No.
don't look at the paragraph below it. And I think that's what your counsel's telling you about the Prop 218 notice. Because what wasn't addressed as good as it could is the behavioral change required with it. So you're just saying, we're going to give you extra capacity and we're not changing it. And that's like saying, I'm going to buy
Okay.
an electric car, but I'm going to keep my gas car too. And I'm going to pay insurance and everything on it. That's not the way it works.
Okay.
So we just
So-
have
so
to go to the
maybe we
next
need to
level.
work
It's like
on
it
that.
should be centered, in my view, it should be centered on the same volume of trash being
There you
put out.
go.
Because,
Okay.
right?
See, we're
because
all
if it's
learning here.
like for like
We're all
service,
learning.
then
Okay.
it makes a big difference.
Yeah, we're adding a barrel. Here's what it looks like. You can downsize this one. Net, it's a minus 2% impact on your rate if you choose to do that. If you want to keep the status quo, then you're going to pay the increase.
Yeah, the big heads up is if you don't do anything, you will accidentally buy additional capacity beyond what you probably need. That's the big issue.
Okay. Mark?
I do want to make sure we're clear that everything you all have said is true, but those folks who have their organics waiver right now will get that increase no matter what. Now, if they're able to right-size their bins, it could go down from that, but those folks who are opting out will not get the opt-out anymore.
I have I do have that organic waiver, and I'll leave this with you if you want to use it for
No,
Prop
that's okay.
218.
I'm just trying to get through
Yeah,
this, so let
but-
me just continue on. So regarding the calculation, we're going from the LA CPI to the trash CPI. Is this, +1, is this part of the Cal Recyclable guidance? I mean, are they coming up with the trash CPI?
No, that's an Athens
yours,
thing that
okay.
we've done, and typically to help stabilize your rates over a long period of time.
Because it's much more relevant than the
Yes.
general CPI. Okay. And then I know some cities, I was talking to a colleague that said, even when they have caps in there, and it's not an Athens client, but when they have the cap, that let's say it's 6% or it's above the 5%. In the contract, the way it reads is that 1% difference gets pushed to the next month or the next year because it's so cyclical that you're not going to get this linear, CPI every year. But so even if it has a cap, it's kind of an artificial cap because they get to push it over to the following year.
You don't have a cap now. If you have a cap, you usually have a floor. So the cap will say 6%, the floor will say 4%, so you don't benefit from the dip anymore. And then you have a rollover feature that says anything over 6 will roll over into the next year. And yes, those are all part of that contractual language.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. 'cause
It's not just a cap
It's not
or
a
no
real
cap.
cap. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Well, a lot of it's already been asked. So regarding the Prop 218 voting process, so we've talked about mailing the notices. So this is the way everybody will get to know this is happening. If you get these notices out, every single ratepayer, so it's not voters, it's ratepayers who will get a notice, and they will find out what's taking place. That true?
Yes, but it's not a voting process.
Exactly.
Really important for people.
I
to
know,
understand
but at least the ratepayer, the people who are being impacted,
We'll
will
get
get
the
a
notice, and they have to very specifically be informed about what's happening.
yes. And
That's
we've
required by
talked
the
about that. We're going to inform them, but I think it's important to clarify that it's the ratepayers that are getting it. And if we want to communicate and abide by this 218 process, they will be getting the notice.
Correct.
The ratepayers. And then we'll hold a public hearing where the property owners can provide comments. In this notice, we're going to have to educate and make it very clear. Then in 45 days after council reviews the results of the notices, And at that time, we'll have a full council. I have to remind everyone, we are missing someone here. So I think it's important to note that. But at least in 45 days, we have the results. We can have that discussion, and then we can vote if we need to on the proposed rates.
Yes.
Okay.
No,
they're not.
In other words, we will not have a majority protest, and then pursuant to the 218 requirements, we can adopt the rates by vote. Correct.
Okay. So that's when we vote. Tonight, what we are, the staff recommendation is to move forward with the 218 process.
Yes, but we are also approving this contract that requires us to move forward with the rates once we get through the 218 process. So you'll be technically voting, but I will be sitting here telling you that you have committed to the rates.
Okay. Okay. And that's all for now. Thank you for, I'm sorry, one more thing. The negotiations, Mark, I know you said you're not an expert, but staff and yourself, you've been working on this for 6 months, a year, and looking at comparables, on trying to get the best deal. We didn't even talk about the benefits, but there are some benefits that we're getting here, aside from, it's the benefits, the side benefits that were included on here on food recovery, and there were some other things here.
Food recovery, city event
items,
support,
city
the bulky
events.
item hotspots. There's quite a few extras that
quite
you're
a few
getting.
extras, but can you talk a little bit more about that negotiation process? Because I feel like you and your staff have been very thoughtful, and you made sure that this is the best that we can do based on your experience with our city and working with Athens extensively.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Yes, I'm not an expert. We have been dealing with it for quite a long time. On this particular amendment, we've been working for about 9 months. As Gary said, it was sometime late last year. I think I've had we had a presentation here at the council a few months ago about this. As far as the negotiations, it is not a typical negotiation process because we don't have all of the information with trade secrets, industry secrets. So there are ways that we can test what other cities are paying, but it isn't apples to apples. Every city is going to have a different contract. What you just rightly named, the things like the bulky item pickup, the sponsorships, we have a $350,000 payment that has increased to over $400,000. So it is very difficult to compare apples to apples. There's a lot of trust involved, and what you're hearing from Mr. Clifford today is what we have heard, and there is a measure of we're in a partnership, and we can only, trust the folks that we're in a partnership with as much as we can. And so what we've brought to you is what I could, and Martin was key in this, Martin from Keith's office, have brought to you the best that we think we can do as staff. If council, this is obviously a council decision. If council has other ideas and wants to go about this another way, you absolutely can. But from a staff perspective, without having the council involved, this is the best we can do. I will tell you that we were able to negotiate out some provisions of the contract that they had in other cities, that Martin and I asked some tough questions, and we went back and forth several times on things. So we don't think we were a pushover, and I don't think we've handed you something that we wouldn't be proud of. But if council needs to look at this more deeply and thoughtfully, that's within your purview. But from a staff level, we've done everything we can to present what I think is the best deal we could get as staff.
That was all. I'll now pass it back to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Machenga. Okay, so that's my time. Okay. I have actually, it's a lot of questions too, but most of you are already asking, okay? So, first of all, if based on your current, say, single family, say, don't need to pay extra, they still got the blueberry.
Correct.
If like yours, it's also is explained to for the business or multi-family, they can reduce their like maybe green burial and black burial. They still can reduce and reduce their rate too or not?
They could reduce the black barrel, that is correct, and change the rate that they currently have.
So actually, they probably save the money.
Yes.
It's possible, right? Okay.
It's probable. It will happen.
So it's probably how much they can save?
Well, I think I gave some examples. Like, could I submit this to the clerk so you guys could have it for the record? I won't have it anymore, but I'll give it to you so you could show him. It shows it could be of evidentiary value, and it shows the rate decreases at all the levels. There's one column that shows the rate with the current, with the current CPI. And then you have to kind of take that out too, because that was going to happen anyways. And then the far right column shows it without that CPI in it. So as you look at the top one, my argument to you at the dais is that if you currently have a 131, you're going to get a blue barrel, and you could reduce that 3-yard bin to a 2-yard bin, and you could reduce your rate to $431.59, which is a 2% decrease overall, and a 7% decrease if you don't take into account the CPI that you were going to get anyways, because we took these 2 rate increases and moved them into one, so you would only have one. And I think that's another significant negotiation point that your city attorney and city manager did. So my argument is if you follow the green and you do all those different levels of downsizing, the impact would be a negative 2%, a potential 3%, or a potential 4% increase. And that's if you just go to the next level. You could go farther down and you could get a bigger decrease, and those rates are all on the rate sheet that you will have with the amendment.
Yeah, I know. My question, it's not for the multifamily. It's not for the business. I just talking about the single family.
It's the same thing for multifamily. It's the same equipment and the same kind of downsizing, yes.
The percentage they can,
Yes.
they can save, right? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, well, any council member want to take a look at this chart? Okay. And today.
So I just realized, because you guys are considering this document, we need to make copies of it available to the public upon request.
Okay.
Yeah, you can. And it's
Thank
also, it's in the rate sheet. All those rates are in the rate sheet that's in the, if you read the staff report, it's in the staff report, and it's in the rate increases. That's just something I made up for my notes tonight. But yes.
So the city clerk will make a copy and post it? Okay. Okay, so today just okay. First question is if we for this the item, if we don't approve it, so what's the consequence? I still want to continue to asking, is there any penalize for our city or your company?
We won't be able to indemnify you or keep you whole with your compliance for 1383 without going to the 3-barrel system.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we're here tonight.
Why are asking question? It's I know the staff. You were staff at a lot of the negotiating. It's already spent time.
Yes.
Right. I respect all of your company and the staff. Okay, but if we slow down the processing, what's the consequence for the city?
We won't be able to guarantee you compliance with the new 1383 laws.
So will we start from like Mark say every day will be $10,000?
As of January 1st, it could be. It could be. That's between you and Cal Recycle.
You mean the next year, January 1st?
No, this year.
This year?
Yes.
Back date?
Yes, we've been working with them because we've been telling them and you've been telling them that you're working on this contract and it's coming to you now.
Okay, so if we don't take any, right now, okay, if we, for example, just take this action, if we are no, so their back date from the January 1st until right now is penalized. The question I asking the Gary, okay?
Possibly, that's potential, yes.
How about our city attorney and Lamar?
You're asking, is there a risk that we could be fined for the state
Yes,
being
yes,
not in
yes,
compliance?
yes,
Yes, that
yes.
is the risk.
That's the risk.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And another is regarding the payer voted. So for each bill, the payer they have the one vote, or they like a multi family they have the more vote, or just one vote.
It goes to the ratepayer. The ratepayer has the vote.
Ratepayer.
The ratepayer has the Prop 218 notice compliance.
And they get one vote for every account they have. So
Yes.
if a property owner owns 10 buildings, they get one vote for each of those buildings that they own.
Maybe I think a 10 building. Maybe one building that have the maybe 2 or 3 barrel. So that's kind of 3 or just kind of 1. Just kind of 1. So each like business owner, like a property owner or the small product, just 1 vote.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so even like each condominium, just 1 vote.
If the condominiums have their own address, they each get a vote.
You mean that for example, condominium have the 10 unit, or some condominium just 2 unit? So how many votes they have?
It depends if it's another lawyer answer. It depends if the condominium, they have separate service. So if there's 10 units and they all have their own bill, then each unit gets its own vote. If for some reason it's done through one service, then it's 1 vote for whoever owns that service.
So most, I think, a condominium just 1 bill, so just 1 vote, right? So if the townhome probably townhouse, the property have each unit have the vote.
Yeah, the point is, and it's not really a vote, but yeah, the point is that the notice will go to the payer, and the payer is the one who has the right to object. If the person's not paying, then they're not relevant to this particular issue.
So let me make sure that I understand it correctly. So, for example, on Live Ox, we have so many apartment. So apartment is only owned by either one LLC, corporation, or one owner. So that owner will be paying or receiving that mail because this is the landlord is paying, then everything included in the rent already. So I believe that is, because they are all tenants. So that is, if there would be like 60 units in there, but none of them are paying the utility, including the Athens services. So only the owner will receive that.
In that hypothetical example, yes.
Okay. But if for the condominium units, that is 16 or 20 units, but each are owned individually, then each tenant is paying their own water bills and their trash, then there will be the one. But if that is that is operated by the homeowner association, so homeowner association will be getting the bill and getting the notice. That is what my understanding.
Is that okay?
That sounds right.
That sounds right.
Again,
Okay.
whoever gets the bill is the one who gets the right to object.
Okay.
Or whoever pays the bill is the one.
Okay. And the next question I hear about, but I try to clarify. So say total we have how many the bill for our whole city? It's like 10,000.
Yeah, approximately.
10,000. Yeah. If I just want to clarify, 50% it's it's all the return the ballot, it's a 50%, the whatever the against it or the agree, or it's have to like 10,000, you have to like 5,001 to agree.
So the
That's
way this is the way it's going to work. So we're going to get to the hearing, and we will have a very precise number as to how many of these notices went out, whatever that number is. Let's say it's 10,000 on the dot.
So you send out a 10,000.
We got 10,000 out there. Right?
Okay.
So
But
now
you
we know that the threshold is of the number of objections is 5,001 in that example, right? So what will happen is we'll be getting these all the way up until the time where we're ready to vote. So people will be talking, maybe people will walk in and hand them to us, all the way up until we close it. Once we close it, we're going to take a little break, and Sharon will go count the ones that we've got, and we'll have the count of the ones we received in the days prior. And we're going to have you'll say, or Eric will say, Madam Clerk, please give us a report on the number that we've received. And she'll say, we've received 3,621, objections. That is short of the number, if this is what happens, that is short of the 5,001 necessary to prevent this from occurring. The city council is now free to move forward, and something to that effect. And then that's it. Then you bring it back to you guys, and then you guys talk about it and vote. So you'll have the number. We just don't know what it is, because it's whatever that precise number is. We don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
Okay. So if not a resident, actually pair have to accurate number, maybe whatever that you send out the notice, the 50%.
Yeah.
The objection come back. So that's the objection too.
Yes.
So actually, it's talking about an objection. It's agree. If they vote agree, they still need a mail back too, or they don't need it. So actually, it's let all the pair when we send out a notice, let them beware if you don't like the whatever the contract. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the purpose of the notice.
That's the purpose.
So the notice will say in it very clearly, here's what we're doing, here's what the effect is on you.
Okay.
If you don't like it, then you need to send us a notice, but you need to send a notice to so-and-so by such and such a date.
Okay.
And you can also show up and object at
Okay.
the meeting if you want.
Yeah, I know that a lot of the pair or resident, they sometimes say, hey, they say I didn't receive the notice, so they have the future. I just want to find out a future complaint that if they say, hey, why I didn't receive it? If I know it as a
the state constitution describes how we have to send this out.
Okay.
So we will follow that process. All the stuff I'm talking about, it's in the Constitution. We can't change it. We can add extra stuff if you want, but we can't take, what's in there is what's in there.
Okay. So
this is what the process they decided should exist for water rates and sanitation and sewer.
Okay. So another question. So how many the commercial and the multi-family unit the customer you have?
Total?
How many? Yeah.
The number's around 700, 750.
700,
Yeah,
750?
I don't have the number at the top of my head, but
Okay.
it's around that number. I have to look it up.
That's another question. So even just all the rest, the business person, if they objected, still had to object it, right?
I thought that's what you were going to ask me. So it is one proposal, so it would be all of the customers, and it would have to be a majority of all of the customers, not separated out by class. So there's not separate votes by class or separate
okay.
votes by service.
Okay. No, I just want to clarify that. Okay. Okay, and another, I think a public comments is regarding the contract. Is it true it's a contract from 7 years to the 27 years?
We're not changing the term of the contract, sir, at all.
So are you asking how does the contract term work? So it is a 25-year agreement, as I recall, and it's an evergreen contract, so it automatically extends every year. So in other words, it's always 25 years from now and before it ends. So you may say, well, how does that ever end, Lemieux? And the answer is there is and by the way, they pay a fee to extend it every year. So that's that $350K that you hear, that's the payment to extend it for the next year. There is a process, if you want to terminate the contract, there is a process, but it is, so as I understand it, and the way it's been expressed to me by the waste haulers, is that, mobilizing up and down for solid waste is a big enterprise. You can't do it on a drop of a hat. So there is a significant notice requirement for initiating the process of terminating the contract. I think you have to give, in this case, I think it's notice at the beginning of the year, and it's set up so that by the end of the year, the contract will terminate. And during that year, you have to meet and confer to resolve whatever your disputes are, and there's some other requirements. So it's not a snap your fingers, it goes away thing, but you do have the ability to start a process that will eventually terminate the contract if that's what you guys elect to do at some point.
So that's meaning the contract, it's evergreen, the contract, like every year, it's renewed like 25 years, from my understanding, back to the 2020. Yeah. But the council member still have the a right to vote it to terminate the contract and have the process.
Yeah. Like I said, there is a process to end the contract, but that process itself takes like a year to do. By the way, I'd like to do legal services on the same basis if you guys consider that.
Okay. So why I want to clarify is that it's not a really logging or whatever the 7 year or 27 years, right? So still for the city still have flexible to terminate the contract.
Well,
as it goes through the processing, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have the option to start the process to terminate it. Yes.
Okay.
If you don't do anything, it continues.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I understand it.
Definitely.
Understand it. So, okay, go ahead, Mark.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure it's clear. Once you go through that year process that Keith has mentioned, then the contract starts counting down from there. So 25 years afterwards, it can be canceled. So 24, 23, 22, 21.
Then can cancel it.
25 years from that point where we go through the noticing process and agree to it. So yes, you have the flexibility to vote on that at any time following the terms of the contract, and Keith is right, there are provisions for that, but it wouldn't take effect until 25 years.
Okay, it's another right away.
Right.
Just start from that point to another 24 years.
That's right. San Marino had a shorter contract when they started that process, and it was not an evergreen contract.
Okay.
So which means that if we just tell Gary adios, then we terminate today, then we will be officially terminated when I'm 76.
Yeah.
So I guess that is a better math for him.
I also just want to note there's several benefits to the city. I know it's not that amusing to me, but there's several benefits to the city with street sweeping and other things that the city benefits from as a result of that long-term contract also, including rates and stability.
Is that right? I'm sorry. If we finish, Vice Mayor?
Yeah.
I remember that we have that service is $80,000 something.
Yes.
Is that for the street sweeping, cleaning?
Yes. So it's a highly reduced rate.
So now it's like, is that free or something?
Yeah, it's incorporated as far as the
It's
trash
incorporated.
contract. That's correct.
Right. So that's included?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I just want to make sure that we have that.
So another question is, I think a council member who already asking regarding the way the market mentions maybe 10,000 a day right? It's monthly, maybe 300,000. So if potential for the business owner or multi-use the complex, so if based on the current rate, the adjustment, so probably they monthly, how much they increase?
If you
Approximate, yeah.
if you have a 3-yard bin and you don't do anything, it could go up 14%. If you have a 3-yard bin and you exchange that trash bin for the same equivalence of getting the extra barrel, because you're getting an extra barrel, and you reduce that 3-yard bin to a 2-yard bin, you get a 2% reduction in your rate. So your rate will go from today's rate of $438.80, it will go down to $431.59. If you take advantage of the blue barrel that you're going to get and go to a 2-yard bin instead of a 3-yard bin. So you're going to save 2%, you're not going to go up 14%.
Yeah, I understand it, but
Okay.
I just want to like approximate estimate if a total like based on you say that like 700 the business.
I would estimate that I do have that number. I would estimate that 75% of your customers, without even doing much work, are going to be able to downsize if they choose to.
Okay.
Which is a big number.
Yeah, I mean how much the extra totally for your company have because increased rate you want the more revenue too, right? So total estimate based on the business, total revenue you can get.
The revenue switches if you don't take it to the landfill and you recycle it, then it's beneficial because you're not disposing of it at a high rate. You're disposing of it at a much lesser rate because of the recycling value. So the idea is if you take that 1 extra cubic yard out of the trash and you don't have to pay $100 a ton to throw it out, maybe you pay $40 a ton to process it for recycling, then that's beneficial. That's why the rate doesn't have to go up. So the more participation you get with the recycling, the better it is, which is why if you don't do anything, then it goes up.
Sorry, I still not express my question. So, for example, we got a penalty like 300,000, but for your revenue, maybe just estimate also near to the 300,000, or maybe less than 300,000. So that's make like I want to like the payer to understand it. So it's a good contract for all of us. So that's I want to see the number.
Yeah, your staff has the ability to do that.
Okay. Is there any roughly to answer my question?
Maybe I'm misunderstanding what Gary is asking, but we don't know what Athens' revenue is going to be. That is one of those numbers that is a business secret or a trade secret.
Okay.
And it also is going to be dependent on how many of those customers downsize.
Right. I mean,
I just want a ballpark. I don't need a more accurate.
I actually think that if all of your customers comply to this, our revenue may increase, but our profits will go down because the revenue is going to increase, obviously, because you may be getting some more money, but the profit margin is probably going to go down because they are downsizing themselves. I mean, that's obvious that we can do that, but I'm willing to share the numbers of revenue, though those are easy numbers that we sit and talk with staff about, and then once this is in place, you can see that same thing as a result of the downsizing or upsizing.
Okay.
That's an easy thing to do with staff.
Okay.
Well, Vice Mayor.
Maybe.
I guess that, I don't know if that is correct, but I guess because, for example, SCE, the Southern California, they charge different electricity rates based on the time that you use. So Athens is charging the service based on the use of the correct beans. Okay. I think this is maybe it's an easier way to say it.
Okay.
Because they offer different options. So
correct.
Is it the right way to say that? Because they can choose the different beans.
And
more beans to the organic waste, that means less beans they will be using for, they get smaller. get a
Yes.
smaller, get cheaper.
Yes.
I just use my your calculator to. Yeah, so sorry, I'm the engineer person, so it's a lot of number, you know. But I just want to try help the public and us to understand it too, you know. Yeah.
While you're working on your numbers, in addition to this, part of what we do is we have town hall meetings too with customers where we will sit down and invite the public to come and talk through these issues too, so
Okay.
to help them out. So we've been very transparent in this process. It's come before council several times. Tonight was just to move it forward to the Prop 218 hearing to adopt the contract and then go through that process. But I think that we're going to put a lot of work into the public outreach, and if that includes a couple of town hall meetings, we do that too.
Okay, if we right now, it's actually today's decision. So we want to put on this decision. It's through our council member or let the pair to make a decision, right?
Yes, please make a decision tonight.
Decision
I would
to-
ask you to please make a motion and move it forward tonight, and then you can vote on it again when it comes
okay.
before you.
And also, sorry, the question it's so we gonna approve it. The contract we cannot change it, or we still can have a chance to.
Well, I guess that if we adopt that means we recognize this is the contract.
Correct.
And I don't think that if we still, keep that like a very flexible, then it's not adopting the contract.
Yeah, but
That's how I feel. I mean, because we
Okay, we actually
do the
adopt.
contract every day.
Vice Mayor, just to answer that question in my perspective too, this is the opportunity for us to push back and go back to the renegotiations. Not necessarily, we don't want to like start from new, but we have flexibility to go back.
Yeah, okay.
Negotiate.
So you have the good point. Like, okay, say that. But why I asking that question? Because that if we don't do any complying with the 218, we have to penalize. Yeah. SB 1383 and the two. Okay, sorry. SB 1383. That's regarding there's a state law. I because if you wanted me, okay, I want to do if you say something regarding this law, I feel like I have a lot of question.
Right.
Like, is it any the hauler company they really can reach out if you use your current facility automatic sorting, so they can reach out to 75%?
No, and you've been to our facility before.
Yeah, yeah.
What you have in front of you tonight is our
Yeah.
best effort at the rates that we have, and we can't change. It would just go up from there, and
Yeah.
we've hashed this out for a long, long time.
Yeah, for me, it's really
Yeah,
impressive. You
it's
use
the best,
high-
that's the most
high-
advanced
yeah,
facility in the
yeah.
entire region and nation. You're
So
not going to get any
it's,
better recycling than you.
impossible to do
Correct.
that, right?
Correct.
Even the new technology, right?
Correct.
So that's maybe someone can go to the state level to change the law, right?
Yeah, that would be
It's too late,
my
right?
wish. That
Okay,
would be
no,
my
we-
wish
we-
also.
We need to face this law, right?
Yes, that would be my wish also.
But I just will point out, okay, so to the public can know, okay, so okay, so
you.
is it clear? We are right now clarify the question. There will still have someone need.
Well, I have just one clarifying question to make it more clear for you to understand, because you mentioned, are we going to get fined from all the way in January 1st? And to answer that question, we will not be fined from January 1st. It's only if we get audited by the state and they find currently that we're not compliant right now. Is that correct, Keith?
I don't know the answer to that
That's the answer. That's my best.
Are you
ability.
guaranteed?
That's the answer
Are you
to.
Well, why don't we ask, we have his perspective.
Yeah.
Gary, what is your perspective?
My perspective that as of January 1, the state can do whatever they want, and we have convinced and talked to the state and I would say received grace for the city of San Gabriel on behalf of Athens to extend this process out to tonight to get this far to get you compliant.
So
I can't speak for Cal Recycle but they have the ability to do whatever they want as of January 1st,
So
2026.
what you're saying right now is that you have worked with them to help us, and thank you for doing that. So that means they know, and from my understanding, from what he's saying, they know that we're negotiating. And when you're negotiating, the process does not have to be as speedy as what it is right now and being placed on a consent calendar. So we can continue negotiating. We can say no, and we can recommend our recommendations, like, for example, a cap. If you don't think that's feasible, the 1% is going to impact everybody. Everybody is going to be impacted. Residential is going to be impacted. And it's going to start, if you understand how that will work, it will continue to snowball. 10 years later, 20 years later, we'll
Okay.
I disagree with.
I mean, I'm sorry, you've had your mic. Did you want to talk too, or?
Me?
Yeah.
Well,
Because I'd like to say something.
if you're trying to figure out what the state is likely to do, I don't have any insight into this particular issue, but from other similar situations, typically they want to see good faith progress towards, resolving the issue, and that's usually what they're holding the sword over your head to make you do. Now, whether it requires you to approve the contract tonight or 2 weeks from now or 6 months from now, I don't know the answer to that one, so don't rely on me for that. But I assume that if they think we're not making good progress, they will lower the boom on us. And it might include fines going all the way back to the beginning. It might not. I don't know the answer to that part of it.
But if it's fine going back, how are they going to be verifying that we weren't compliant back then?
I don't know what their process for assessing the fine will be. But what I wanted to say, though, is we've got at least 3 more items on here that look to me like they're going to cause some discussion, and we've got 45 minutes to do it.
Okay, let me say something. I'm ready to move forward with this. So, with the staff recommendation, I'm going to say that we have already done the comparable. We have a city manager and a city staff. They've gone through this for the last 9 months. I went through it with them in 2020. They've been very detailed. It should have been included in the report. It wasn't. We're not doing this in a vacuum. We've also negotiated these voluntary support payments, whether they're the street cleaning, the bulky items, or the street events. We've been longtime partners with Athens. I know of other cities where they keep changing every 3 years. It doesn't make sense. This is not, buying, widgets or whatever the case may be. This is a partnership, as it was mentioned before. And lastly, we have an SB 1383 that we shouldn't be playing games with. Do not play with the state, especially with SB 1383. And so I think we need to move forward. And I'm going to make a motion to accept the staff recommendation, and we'll go from there. I need a second.
Do we, before?
Well, we can have a second, and we can still deliberate.
Sure. I mean, before I will just move to second, I just would like to say, well, thanks, Mark. I mean, I know that you have been doing that work for enough time, and, it's a lot of efforts. And I think it's not appropriate that, especially when we are, if no one really get involved to the contract, and now just bring out contract and saying, let's push it back. I don't feel this is something right for us to do. We have staff and we have professional that are legal here, just like a housing element. That time that everyone is against that, but City of San Gabriel has been approved in the early stage, and we actually been benefited from that point. But tonight, I think this is still really meaningful. Deliberation among our community members and also colleagues. But I do notice that some individual that came here with political motive that even claiming
Yeah,
otherwise. But I want to, let me finish that before I was second.
Okay, yeah.
I would say it's very,
And I need a health break. Okay. All right. Sorry.
it's,
Yeah, the meeting recess the 10:18.
yeah, I have
Sorry
like
about
a
that. I already.
whole 3 more minutes? No.
Yeah. Okay, we start recess the meeting. It's on 10:24. The council member will continue your comments.
Where were I? No.
Being political.
Oh, well, actually, yeah, I do see several people here. It's kind of sad because some of the information just partially been posted on, social media, on like a Nextdoor. But I mean, this is really important that we are not giving those information. It's only one-side narrative and to mislead our community. So it's really clear that tonight there's a motion and there'll be a second soon. And decision is, we understand now we are taking a risk because tonight's decision will there will be a weaponized that, for some political purpose in the future. So I would say in front of the footage here, we understand that we are not giving any misconceptions and that we don't want people to keep blind. And we have, thank you so much, Gary, for at least that clarify some of the points that it's been misled, but at least now we want to make sure that there's no one else will be misinformed from tonight's conversation. And this is the reason we are here. And this is our responsibility not only fully to represent the people of the St. Gabriel, but also we want to make sure that we are making the responsible and sustainable decision for our future of the city. So I will be second this.
Thank you. Yeah.
No, yeah.
But I give
mean,
you
I
a
have
chance.
to say something, even though.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Vice Mayor. I have to say something. And I mean, if you're referring to me misleading the community, I have a obligation to share information. I shared it in my newsletter. All facts. All facts. So for anybody to come up here and saying that I'm misleading, well, you got the information wrong. And I want to be respectful. I don't want this to be like this all the time. The second time you accuse me of something, before I got elected, you guys accused me. People from this dais did stuff. I don't want to get into that. We're going to move forward. It's not about that, and we're going to stick to the point here, okay? So please keep misleading the community by saying that I'm misleading people while I'm sharing information, and that's all I'm doing. You talked about CPI. We talked, and it was mentioned that the residents are not going to be affected. That's incorrect. Our city attorney, are the residents in this contract going to be affected by a CPI increase, trash plus a 1% on top of that, starting, let's say, July 2027? If everything gets approved?
I'm not sure if you've summarized the contract exactly right, but the contract does provide for CPI increase.
And is that going to be for residents?
My understanding is it's for everybody, correct?
Ratepayers, right? Well, yes, correct. Thank you for that correction. Ratepayers. And for how long? There is no clause that says 10 years after Athens recuperates their cost. It's going to go on for 25 years, and then 25 years, and then 25 years, and then 25 years. I think we made that clear. Okay, with that said, we're front-loading all the initial costs. This is one of my concerns, that we're up-fronting all the costs to commercial customers. We could use a different model. There's still time to use a different model. We can go back. There is no rush on this. There's no rush on this. We have to get something done, yes. But we shouldn't rush this. There was one other comment that I want to clarify that Mr. Clifford made, that you guys have been up here 2 times already with presentation to this and that. Well, today it means 2 times. The first time you guys came was a couple of months ago when John Harrington was here, former mayor, former council member, and that was just for a presentation. We all asked questions. And I want to clarify that I was asking questions. Mark, how many times have I called you today or like this last week? I think I've been ringing you up on this, on how I can't, everything that I'm thinking about right now is trash. Ever since this whole thing, we started talking about trash, I've been thinking about this, and I've been thinking about how the impact of the residents, and that's what I'm afraid about. I'm afraid that after you guys recuperate your costs, yes, you guys are a business. I give you guys kudos for this amazing contract. San Gabriel, it's a real great place for you guys to make money. You guys are business. I knock you for that. You guys have been great partners. Your service has been amazing. Your trucks are amazing. You guys are president of the community. I'm not knocking you for that. You know, all I want is for us to come back to the table, and we have the authority to do that. Come back to the table, and let's consider a few more things. That's all I'm asking. Remove the 1%, because that's not necessary, really. You guys have a 25-year contract with us. You guys are going to recuperate your costs, no matter what. After 10 years, you guys are going to be recuperating costs. So I'll just stick to what I have here, because
Well, I think you're finished.
Oh, almost. So some of the commercial accounts are reportedly facing increases approximately of 61%, while at least 1,000 accounts could be increasing by 14.4%. That's stated in the staff report as far as those numbers, the percentages. I don't know how many accounts, because I don't have those numbers. I wish we wouldn't have done this under consent calendar and you guys would have had a formal presentation. That would have been great, because not as of what, Thursday when we had our meeting, Mark, I didn't have those numbers of the contract that was being proposed. I was asking questions. Not until a few days ago, is that correct, Mark? Right? For the record, I know Councilmember Wu is laughing. I don't know why, but I'm being serious here. This is serious business, and I don't want to confuse anybody.
Okay. When we talking about, I'm currently like mayor. I want to speak fairly. It's not like a personal attack. Okay, just face the today's issue.
Thank you.
Delivery.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Therefore, I respectfully ask my colleagues to continue this item for further negotiations and analysis. I truly believe that we can continue working collaboratively with Athens to find a solution to address the compliance needs, while also providing a strong long-term protection for our residents, businesses, and the future of San Gabriel. I'm afraid that when my daughter is 25 living here in San Gabriel, she's going to have to face these compounding rates, where other cities don't have these evergreen contracts that normally these contracts are for like 7-10 years. But for San Gabriel, I mean, evergreen, those are prehistoric measures that, that a lot of cities have been doing away with those kind of style contracts. It makes things more competitive, but for Athens, it's very lucrative. And I don't blame you guys for coming here and presenting this, but I do feel we should invest more in our youth. I feel that other cities also have, this is low, I'm not asking for too much. 10,000 in scholarships that go once a year to our youth, and we can have them learn about sustainability and all that. You guys already do that. You guys do that in Whittier, and I know that it's not apples per apples, is different in different cities, but that's stuff that I would like to see in this contract as well. I would like to see that cap. Also, you mentioned, Mr. Clifford, that there's a cap for ceiling and the bottom, right, and the floor. So I feel that we could negotiate those where it's sustainable for everybody, to ensure that these rates don't continue to go up higher and higher and higher, and it becomes more expensive to our residents. With that said, I just ask my colleagues to really reconsider. This is our opportunity to give back to our community. I know that Mark and Martin have been working very hard on this, and I give kudos, and I understand where our council member Menchaca is coming from. Yes, I understand, but this is our opportunity where we were asking questions. And this is our opportunity to say, hey, we don't agree with this. Let's go back. Let's renegotiate. Let's not force this through. We put it on consent calendar. It should, my personal opinion, it should have been on a regular agenda item. With a presentation, these are where we're at. These are the comparables. I was never given this information. I've asked many questions, and I was never provided with this information. Yes, I've asked many questions from Athens, and they have provided similar questions or similar answers to my question. But today's conversation was just on how customers can save money by doing this bundle service and this and that. But I did not hear ever what is going to look for customers, residential, both commercial, in the long run, 10, 15, 20 years from now. And that's what I find very, very concerning, because I'm going to be living here, hopefully, and my daughter's going to be living here.
Councilmember Herrera, you told me you will be finished soon. It's already like 5 minutes. So we have another 3 items to continue. So,
I'll wrap
yeah.
it up. I'll wrap it up.
Yeah,
I don't think
okay.
we have a limit on this portion. And I think something like this shouldn't be rushed. But at the end of the day, the residents and businesses of San Gabriel are the ones that will live through these impacts that are long-lasting on this long ever, forever contract. And we should really consider it, not rush it. That's all I have to say. I hope my colleagues can reconsider, and I'm happy to work with Athens on this.
Okay.
Councilmember.
So I think we are being responsible. I don't appreciate those comments. Frankly, Councilmember Herrera Avila, we're all going through this. We all understand it differently. You kept arguing that the information was wrong. And so, I disagree with your approach. I disagree with your conclusions. But I think all of us here are doing what we think is best for our community. And with that, Vice Mayor, I want to call for the question, which means let's vote. Could you have a first and second?
Okay. Let me.
And that's part.
Yeah. So Councilmember Wu have another additional comments? Okay. So, call question. Okay. So, but I just want to clarify too. I respect all, Athens and our staff to negotiating, spend a lot of time, and our city attorney. And I respect all of our council members too, your comments. Okay, everybody, I think, and all the council members, I think they speak the fact. They speak that they are whatever they saw. Okay, I don't want to it's just one person or some person. They say they represented everybody. We are 5. Today it's 4, right? So we should be respect each other, and it's actually today. My personal feeling, it's not just our council member make a decision. It's a good proposal. It's a let the pair to make their own decision. They have opportunity to do that. You know why? I'm business owner. My business in our city. I'm living the condominium too. Both, it's really affect my rate. If you're talking about the interesting, right? But I wish to because we face our state law, so it's better let our moving forward, let our peer to make their own decision. But I want to request, so when we send out the notice and with the not just English, we have the Spanish, Chinese, maybe they have 2 writing. It's traditional and simplified, and the Vietnamese too. Let them know to beware. You have to, if you oppose it, don't forget it. You have used your right. So today I also say, I encourage all the payer. So if you really don't like this contract, return the ballot, return the say, hey, I don't want it. So that's the really opportunity. So every business owner or multi-user or single family, if you think it's not a good decision, so that's we let our peer to make a right decision. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Okay, so let's vote. Right? Okay, I got the council member Machenga the motion, and council member Wu the motion. Okay, let's vote. Okay.
Motion passes by a vote of 3-1.
Okay. Thank you. So we have the another 3 item. So I suggest, so because the time limit is until the 11 o'clock, can we do the a new item for the dog? I think.
Do you need a motion for that, Vice Mayor? Or how does that work? I don't know how
So
to
asking the
rearrange it.
Yeah. So can you?
Well, we would, yeah, you can just, as the mayor, you can reorder the agenda.
So I can arrange it, or we'll have the vote.
Well, normally we would do that when we adopted the agenda at the beginning, but
Yeah, Kearney, yeah, because I think
it's late night rules.
it is.
No, I agree to move it.
Yeah. So yeah, because so then we can see we need to continue the rest of item. Too.
Yeah, I'm
okay.
with, I'm,
I just want to make sure it's appropriate,
Yep.
that we can move items or rearrange the order later down the agenda.
Yeah, now your rules of order control that. Now, so for some people, it's controlled by Robert's Rules of Order, which means president decides. But I think you guys have your own rules of order that says that you adopt the agenda at the beginning. So given that, it seems like you need to take a vote to move it.
Okay. So we take the vote.
So I'll move.
May I interrupt? I'm very,
Sure,
very
why
sorry. The public hearing, we're requesting that be continued. So that should just be an open for the purpose of continuing so that we don't have to renotice that one. And then if you do the animal control item next, followed by the rate increase, that would be a great way to handle it.
Actually, based on the market city manager, so maybe motion it's move these 2 items for the next meeting and continue for the new business.
Do I need to make a motion if the staff is pulling it?
So yes, we do.
Okay, so I'll make the
Because it's a
motion.
public hearing, we actually would need, the vice mayor would need to open the public hearing. There's a language in the script.
Yeah,
We would
continue.
open the public hearing for the purposes of continuing it to June 16th, and then we would need a motion to do that.
Okay, so he has to say it.
Why don't you just do it in one motion with the rest of the reordering of the agenda, and we can move forward.
Okay, I do think Adam needs to read the public hearing part to actually state the public.
So Adam will read
Okay,
it,
so
right?
next
Okay,
item
that's
is
it.
public hearing, ordinances number 728 and number 729, amending to update the San Gabriel Municipal Code relating to new state law for urban dwelling units, zone text amendment 25-001, accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, zone text amendment 26-001, introduction and first reading. An earlier version of attachment B was inadvertently attached. Staff has requested that the public hearing be opened and continue to June 16th, at which time staff will make their presentation.
Get rid of it.
We did receive one written public comment from James M. Lloyd of the California Housing Defense Fund, thanking the city for the recent revisions and outlining further legal concerns.
I now open the public hearing and continue it to the regular city council meeting of the June 16, 2026. Do I have the motion?
Yes.
To move the public hearing?
I'll make the motion to move the public hearing.
I'll second.
Okay, the motion by the Councilmember Machenka and the second by Councilmember Harira Avila. Let's make a vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-0.
Okay, so do I have the motion moving the agenda?
Okay, I'll move to reorder the agenda to have the next item be 7A, followed by 5B. Is that sufficient?
Okay. So, I second. Let's vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-0.
Okay, so, City Clerk, it's the next item.
Next item is new business, ordinance number 730, amending the San Gabriel Municipal Code related to dog licensing with the San Gabriel Valley Humane Society, introduction and first reading, and approval of a professional services agreement with the San Gabriel Valley Humane Society in the amount of $608,215. Assistant to the City Manager, Ileana Flores, will make the staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. The proposed ordinance number 730 would amend the city's municipal code provisions related to dog licensing to provide efficiency, enhance compliance, and better align with current animal services practices. Specifically, the ordinance would replace the city's existing July 1st fixed license renewal cycle with a rolling expiration system based on the date license release. Additionally, the agenda item will consider approval of a professional service agreement with the San Gabriel Valley Humane Society for an additional 2 years. The City of San Gabriel currently contracts with the San Gabriel Valley Humane Society for animal sheltering, animal control, and dog licensing services. The San Gabriel Municipal Code requires dog licenses to renew annual on a fixed July 1st through June 30th cycle with a 60-day grace period. The current fixed renewal schedule creates administrative challenges, reduces efficiency, and is no longer considered a best practice. The Humane Society recommends transitioning to a rolling licensing system, a modern widely used by other cities and supported by modern platforms like DocuPet. The ordinance process to appeal outdated provisions of the municipal code related to fixed cycle licensing and replace them with updated language establishing a rolling date-based licensing system. Under the new system, a dog license would expire 1 year from the date it is issued, rather than all the licenses expiring at the same time in June. Key changes to the code include the following: rolling license expiration, meaning licenses will expire 1 or 2 years from the date release rather than on a fixed July 1st schedule. It would improve administrative efficiency, distribute renewals throughout the year, reducing peak workload periods of staff, and improving customer service. It would also enhance compliance by providing pet owners with a clear and more intuitive renewal timeline. It would align with the industry's best practice by bringing the city's municipal code into alignment with modern animal licensing standards. Update licensing requirements like the rabies vaccination, microchipping compliance, and documentation needed for licensing. Lastly, it would also refine enforcement provisions, establishing clear timelines for initial licensing, renewals, and penalties for non-compliance. When it comes to the contract services, staff recommends a 2-year extension to the city's agreement with the Humane Society to utilize DocuPit with support implementation of the new rolling license system. The extension will ensure continuity of license services for residents and staff during the transition period. The new system will continue providing licensing software, renewal notifications, and compliance tracking tools. Overall, the extension is expected to improve customer service, operational consistency, licensing compliance, and administrative efficiency. Staff recommends that the City Council introduce and conduct the first reading by title only for Ordinance number 730, amending the San Gabriel Municipal Code to modernize the city's dog license program by transitioning from a fixed annual renewal cycle to a rolling database licensing structure, waive future reading, and schedule the second reading and adoption for the next regular council meeting. Lastly, the staff recommendation is for the City Council to approve professional services agreement with the San Gabriel Humane Society for $608,215, for fiscal year 2026-2027 and 2027-2028, and authorize the city manager to execute the documents necessary. I also have Nicole Bersani, for the President and CEO of the San Gabriel Humane Society, and her awesome team to answer any questions that the council may have. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Well, does any council member have the factual question for the staff to clarify report?
Yes.
Okay.
Since this team's been so gracious and waited for so long, we must allow them to talk. Just so you know, at 11 o'clock, we have to stop everything and vote. My only comment was on that DocuPet. I've already used it. I've already paid my licensing fees, and it is so wonderful. I have been asking for this for 20 years now, and I'm just so happy you've been able to bring that to our community for us pet owners. I can't say enough, because I used to have to go there physically, drop off a check, which my kids don't even have checks anymore. I guess it's, primeval of some sort. But I was just thinking of other or other people who don't own checks anymore. I don't even know if they would accept cash. I guess they would accept cash. But thank you for that. But are there anything else you would like to share that's not in the report?
We're just excited to be here. Thank you to the council, the staff. Inland Valley Humane Society acquired San Gabriel Humane Society effective January 1. And we are excited to bring all of our programs and services to this community. Hopefully, we've already been able to make an impact. Active patrol in the community. Our spay and neuter, our Good Mobile is on site. In addition to that, the DocuPet licensing platform, we're streamlining the code to bring it into best management practice. And so that's something that you can expect from our organization moving forward.
Well, I hope you put us on your list. I think I am on your list, but as a councilwoman, any kind of newsletter that you do, I do get it, but I think on a personal level. But I think it would be so helpful for everyone here to get it, and maybe even, Ileana, so we can actually be a good partner too in some ways, kind of share, especially that mobile that you have. I know you do many, many cities. You do a one-pager, and it's got all the cities, so you have to look for San Gabriel. But those would be great partnership opportunities, so to make sure our residents learn about it.
Absolutely, and we welcome the fact that you want to be partners in service delivery. That's exactly what we're looking for.
Great, thank you. That's my clarifying question.
Okay, Councilman.
Also, welcome to San Gabriel. Excited to have you. I actually toured the facility sometime late last year or early this year, and now my understanding is that you guys are the new sheriffs in town, or the new people that are responsible for this place, and you guys are going to bring all these exciting updates and upgrades. My understanding is that you guys are not housing anybody, or you guys don't have kettles yet, or what is the situation with the kettles that they're coming, and what are we expecting to see in the near future?
So what you can expect right now, we are on modified operations, and so what that means is that we actually start construction demo next week. So we started doing safe off and the preliminary things this week. So we had all of our permits, AQMD, lead and asbestos abatement. So we've been going through that for the last couple months. And in the interest of making sure that all of the staff were properly trained, best management practices, proper animal handling, et cetera, in addition to the fact that we're going through construction, it made more sense for us to start moving animals as they've cleared their stray hold to the Pomona location so that we minimize foot traffic with everything going on. So ultimately, the plan is to bring them back. So what we had originally thought when we took over was that we were going to be making some interim kennel improvements that were going to be quote unquote temporarily permanent, or permanently temporary, however you say that, because we knew that we have a plan for a campus master expansion. But the reality is that when we looked at that with contractors, it was going to be about $400,000 or $500,000 minimum just for the sewer, because kennels are so sewer heavy, and so for all of the infrastructure that was going to be needed. So hence why we have now put forth a community needs assessment on June 23rd so that we can understand what the community really wants, because I don't know what I don't know. The board doesn't know what we don't know, and we're coming into this community with a fresh set of eyes. We want to make sure that we are delivering on services and programs that are not only wanted but needed in the community. And so what does that look like? There is a plan that this city had approved, a preliminary master plan, but to be honest with you, it's a $20 to $30 million plan for 30 dog kennels. I can't sell that to donors. And not only that, we have to make sure we have enough kennels long term, especially if we wanted to open it up for potential other partners to help control costs for our city partners as it is now. So we are looking at really trying to be a resource and be a partner and an asset in the community.
Thank you. I know that last time I visited, there was roosters, there was like all kinds of animals. Is that model changing? Are we still accepting all sorts of interesting animals, or where are we with that?
So right now, we haven't had any, I'll quote unquote say interesting at this campus. We get interesting at the Pomona campus every day. But right now, it's pretty much dogs and cats that are coming over the counter. But let's knock on wood, because we've gotten in some other friendly animals at the other shelter and in abundance. So we won't put that out in the free world.
Thank you. I know our public information officer might be doing this already and arranging some kind of ribbon cutting when you guys are ready, and then helping to promote where we're at right now with your organization. I know it goes without saying. I know our PIO is doing an amazing job with that, but I hope, that's something that we're going to be considering to help them out so that the community is aware, because, we've been partners for such a long time. So thank you for that. I'll just yield my time back.
Vice Mayor, one more thing. Since they've stayed here the whole time, do you mind introducing them real briefly? We got 5 minutes.
Sure, absolutely. We'll go from left to right. This is my Director of Operations, Mariana De Los Santos. In the middle is my Community Outreach Director in charge of community outreach, education, PIO, volunteers, all things community. And then we have our Animal Control Supervisor, Daniel Pena, and my Humane and Animal Control Manager, Fabi Leon.
Thank you so much.
So, Councilmember Wu.
Right. Well, first of all, I truly welcome, under your new leader, new management, that the San Gabriel Valley Humane Society will be a great place for all animals. And I used to have a pet, Shih Tzu, that we got a pretty good service there. She's no longer with me, but that is a great place. I just want to say thank you so much for having a better service for all the animals lovers. Thank you.
Thank you.
So can I have your name?
Nicole Bresciani.
Nicole Brescia. Okay, I try to read the program. It's really exciting to your new management coming to the chamber council, and so I think your staff recommendation.
We're still like clarifying. I think we have to get public comment.
Okay. All right. Sorry. So, I feel it's already 11 o'clock. Okay. So so for today's it's a move on the two things, right? One, it's for the dog license. It's not by calendar day. It's by actually, right? So how do you to turn around for the current dog license, because they already fixed on the July 1st?
Yeah, so anybody who's coming in right now, they're going to have their rabies, and then it's could be a 1 year or a 3 year rabies, depending upon how old the animal is. And then we're going to put their license out a year in expiration, up to 2 years. So it'll either be a year or 2 years. And so if somebody's coming in and registering for May, they're no longer going to be registering for July 1, right? Or paying for May to July 1 and then having to buy a whole new license. They're going to have May to May. It's going to be May to the end of April.
It's a new dog, a new cat, right? Okay.
Yep, and that is industry standard.
Okay, all right, that's good. And the second one, it's approved the contract, right? It's for the total. It's 608,215. So yeah, actually, we discussed this. This also has the cost, maybe last six years. So I hope the new management. That's my wish. So if efficiency and hopefully, our city budget is a limit. If you can afford future, but this is fixed for the 2 years, right?
It's a CPI. It's capped at CPI.
So second year there will be CPI going up.
Both year, yeah. Okay. Not the fixed same year. Okay. No, yeah.
Yeah. I hope your new team can re-evaluation and help us, the city, to reduce for the future rate, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, all right, okay, so go ahead. So right now, it's already 11, right?
Yeah, you can complete this item.
Okay. Okay, complete this item, right?
So
Still-
first complete this item, then we'll talk about what
Oh,
happens next.
okay, so if the same item, we still can continue, right? Okay, all right, okay, that's good to know, okay. So, it's, City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
We have no public comments for this item.
Council Dillon.
No, okay. I now close the public hearing, and it's now time for the council discussion.
I'll make a motion to approve the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, and Councilmember Machenga make motion, Councilmember Wu, it's a second. Let's vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-0.
So,
Okay, so because we're past 11, we're supposed to, we have one more item, I think?
actually, right now, just exactly 11.
Okay. I'm going to say we're past 11. I told you, it's late night rules.
Okay.
Okay, so we've got one more item. You guys could consider that item now tonight if you decide that there's a need to do that. If there's some need to do it tonight as opposed to at the next meeting. I don't know that that would be a staff thing.
So
Okay, then if there's
Mark,
no
we
need,
can-
then
we can wait for the next council meeting?
so it sounds like the answer is we can pick it up at the next one. So if that's the case, then it would be appropriate to adjourn the meeting after.
Okay. So not adjourn meeting.
Unless there's, I guess, does
Actually-
anybody have any public
What-
comments that you
Yeah,
have to do?
I have to report on,
Okay.
on some stuff. I don't know how long public comments is going to take. I'll keep mine short.
We still can continue the, rest of our item?
It sounds like the recommendation of staff is not to deal with the last action item on this. So that means it's only necessary things left, items left. Okay, so we've got, we have you have a comment to make that you're required to make for disclosure purposes.
The same issue. It's a conference that we attended.
I don't know, does it say you have to report it at the next, I think you could probably report it at a subsequent meeting, yeah.
Okay, well,
So the city manager report can do the next meeting too, right? Okay. And
okay, I'm sorry. We're going all over the place here. So I want
You need to
definitive
report
from
on-
our
you
city
need to-
attorney.
You need to report on your attendance. I don't see why you couldn't report it at the next.
Okay, so we can report it to the next one. Okay.
so actually meeting, closing section none. So meeting adjourned on the 11:03. Next regular, the scheduled city council meeting will be held on the Tuesday, June 2nd, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. Oh, then I can say the meeting is adjourned. On the, still 11:03. Yeah, still 11:03. Yeah. Okay.